It was following our meeting, please note, so I hadn't learned. I
No
hadn't
prior.
done that before.
All right. Okay, everybody, we're going to go ahead and get started. Good evening. I would like to call to order the regular City Council meeting closed session. The time is 5:30. City Clerk Duarte, would you please take roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Pemberton?
Present. Present.
Councilmember Sosa?
Present.
Councilmember Trujillo is excused. Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz?
Present.
And Mayor Frometa.
Present. Did we receive any, now it's time for public comment. Did we receive any written correspondence regarding tonight's closed session?
We did not, Mayor.
Okay, and we don't have anybody in the audience for that. So I will go ahead and close the public comment since we did not receive anything. And the City Council will now recess to close session under the following authorities. Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiator James McQueen regarding the direction for labor negotiations with the Downey Public Safety Auxiliary Association and the Downey Police Management Association. The time is 5:32. We will now recess to close session.
Logo looks good on camera.
I will now reconvene the regular council meeting closed session. City Attorney Funk, will you please report the closed session action?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. Tonight, the City Council convened in closed session and addressed each item on the closed session agenda. There is no reportable action from tonight's proceedings, however. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney Funk. Before we begin the regular City Council meeting open session, I would like to remind members of the audience that anyone wishing to speak during public comment must obtain a number card from the City Clerk. Number cards should not be exchanged with other meeting attendees. If you decide not to speak after taking a number or decide to leave the meeting early, you must return the number card to City staff. If you did not obtain a number card and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room, and City staff will issue you a number card. Lining up during public comment will not be permitted, and each speaker should remain in their seat until their number is called. The time clock will begin when you begin your comments. Per the City's council meeting rules and for fire safety regulations, all persons shall remain seated unless addressing the council or entering or leaving the chambers. Standing in the aisles or along the walls is prohibited. There is overflow seating. Oh, we don't have overflow seating. I think we are good as we are. I will now call to order the regular City Council meeting open session. The time is 6:32. City Clerk Duarte, would you please take roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Pemberton,
Present.
Councilmember Sosa,
Present.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz,
Present.
and Mayor Frometa.
Present. Thank you. I want to welcome you once again to your council meeting. We have several presentations. And for those of you that are mothers, would you please stand? We would like to recognize you as we just celebrated Mother's Day. So a big round of applause to you. Thank you to those of you in attendance and to those of you watching online via YouTube. We are thankful for our mothers, mother figures, and all of the work that you do to invest in the younger generations and make our communities better. Thank you for your sacrifices, and thank you for the commitment to move us forward. Thank you, mothers. We have 6 presentations this evening. I'm going to come down to the podium, and we're going to get those presentations started.
Wait, excellent.
Yes, thank you. I'm in a bit of a hurry to recognize some wonderful people. I would like to call on. We do need to have our invocation and our flag salute. Invocation, Pastor David Beery from First Presbyterian Church of Downey. Would you please lead us in the invocation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to invite all those who wish to do so to please join me in prayer. God, most merciful and gracious, I praise you and thank you for the abundant gifts that you pour out on us from day to day. We thank you for the gift of life and for the gift of life in this particular place. We thank you for the institution of human government and the freedom to express our voice and will about how we are to be governed. We thank you for those who've devoted their lives to community service and to making this city a better place for their neighbors. We thank you, O God, for this opportunity to gather and to meet. We praise you for those who will be honored and celebrated, and we ask for your blessing on everything that is said and done. God, give us minds to think well and ears to construe charitably the words of our neighbors and hearts that desire the good of others. God, please bless this time. I ask this for Jesus' sake. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Beery. At this time, I would like to call on Boy Scout Troop 441 to conduct the Pledge of Allegiance.
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Boy Scout Troop 441. Can you give them a round of applause? We appreciate you coming and honoring us with a flag salute. So now we have some really great presentations. I'm going to go downstairs and get it started. Good evening. Our recipient of this month's Mayor's Legacy Award is somebody very special in our community. It is Dr. XOCHITL Ortiz, principal of Columbus High School, and she was also recognized for ACSA. I will let her tell us a little bit about that when she comes up to the podium. But Dr. Ortiz, would you please join me up here as I speak about you? Give her a big round of applause. Dr. XOCHITL Ortiz, as I said, serves as principal of Columbus High School and Woodruff Academy Community Day School. She leads alternative education programs for Downey Unified School District. Dr. Ortiz has 27 years in public education, and her experience includes serving as an elementary teacher at Golden Elementary and as a school psychologist across 13 Downey Unified Schools, grades K through 12. Dr. Ortiz is a first-generation college graduate who grew up as a low-income English learner with campesina roots. Dr. Ortiz's leadership is deeply personal and grounded in compassion, equity, and high expectations. Her lived experience continues to shape her commitment to our students, their families, especially those navigating barriers, transitions, and second chances. We all believe in second chances, don't we? Yes. At Columbus and Woodruff, Dr. Ortiz leads student-centered systems focused on credit recovery, restorative practices, attendance support, mental health and wellness, college and career pathways, dual enrollment, and community partnerships. Her work is rooted in the belief that every student deserves dignity, belonging, opportunity, and a pathway to a hopeful future. Dr. Ortiz was recently recognized by the Association of California School Administrators, ACSA, as the 2026 Region 14 Continuation Educational Options Administrator of the Year, and was also selected as the 2026 California State Continuation Educational Options Administrator of the Year as well. Can you give her a round of applause? This statewide honor recognizes her leadership in alternative education and her work to expand high-quality educational pathways that support student engagement, persistence, and success. Dr. Ortiz's selection as a state honoree represents recognition among administrators from all 19 ACSA regions across California. Dr. Ortiz believes in the powerful healing of community, and she often describes this work as a labor of love and a patience of hope, rooted in the belief that when students are seen, supported, and believed in, they thrive. As she would say, sí se puede. For me, selecting individuals for the Mayor's Legacy Award, I always believe that, and I've said it before, life is not a dress rehearsal. We have an opportunity in our lifetime to make a difference, And as Jane Goodall would also say, is what kind of difference do you want to make? And how do you want to be remembered? And certainly as an educator, as an administrator, I want to acknowledge the work that you have been doing with students and their families. And sometimes our students may not make the best decisions from the very beginning, but we are all deserving of second chances. And we are all deserving of that attention, that love, and compassion. People, we are not perfect. Certainly nobody is. But dedicating your life to uplifting students and encouraging them so that they can become the better leaders and the future leaders of tomorrow is certainly very commendable. So Dr. Ortiz, I would like to extend to you the Mayor's Legacy Award in recognition of being named the 2026 California State Continuational Education Options Administrator of the Year and as principal of Columbus High School and Woodruff Academy Community Day School. You have demonstrated an unwavering commitment to student success, to equity and opportunity, and your outstanding leadership in this community, compassionate, student-centered approach has positively impacted countless students and their families throughout the Downey Unified School District. And for that, I always say engaged communities are strong communities. And what you are doing is having an incredible impact in the lives of people here in this community. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Here's every time I've had the great honor and pleasure of being selected as mayor of Downey, I've created a challenge coin, and this one is for you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to give it to you the way it's supposed to be given. Continue to do the great work you've been doing. And here is the pin, and if you can please say a few words.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much.
I don't know if you want to hold it for you.
I'm speechless. But fortunately, I did prepare a couple of words. I thank you so much, Mayor Frometa. I do want to take a moment to say good evening to everyone that is here with us tonight. Mayor Frometa, members of the Downey City Council. Right now, we have a school board meeting, so unfortunately, our Downey Unified leaders cannot be here with them, but I still want to definitely honor them. I want to say thank you to our family, our friends, and our community members that are here with us this evening. I truly am humbled and grateful to receive the Mayor's Award, and I want to thank you, Mayor Frometa, for this meaningful recognition and for spotlighting the work that we do on the Columbus High School campus. This honor means so much because I don't just work in the city of Downey, but I am part of a community that truly believes in its young people and investing in its young people, no matter what and no matter who. In Downey Unified, as you may well know, we say our kids deserve the best. And at Columbus, we have the fortune of seeing what's possible when we have a city, a school district, families, staff, and community partners come together around that belief that our kids deserve the best. It's not just a saying. At Columbus and Woodruff Academy, we serve students who remind us every day the healing power of feeling seen, feeling heard, feeling cared for, feeling valued, feeling challenged, and feeling like we believe in you, even when they may not believe in themselves. Our work in alternative education is hard work. It's rooted in hope, especially when our kiddos feel a sense of hopelessness. It's fueled by faith that things will work out, even when at times they may not seem so. And it's driven by purpose, what I believe to be our calling. When Lions first enroll at Columbus High School, there is a strong sense of hopelessness. They often arrive defeated and certainly disengaged with school. But I'm proud that through the collective hard work, the transformational work happening on our campus, our Lions not only graduate, but they thrive. So over 95% of our Lions graduate from high school. We only take students from Warren and Downey. So we are a Tier 3 intervention, but we don't stop there. We also strive for excellence beyond high school. There's a survey that we gave our kiddos. It's called the LCAP survey. You may be familiar with it. We take that survey every year. It's tied to funding. All the schools in Downey Unified take it, students, families, and staff. And one of the questions is, my teachers care for me. What do you think the percentage of our kiddos reported that they felt cared for by their teachers and staff? I just want to throw a number out there. 85, 90? 97.5%. I was sharing with Lisa that I knew the number was high, and I put, it's over 90%. But I said, as I was writing a couple of words, I thought, no, you know what, let me double check that number because maybe it's in the 80%, because 90 is high. And when I added the numbers and it was 97.5%, I was like, wow, we really are an amazing team here. We're doing some great work. Because when you feel cared for, you know, our hearts open up, our minds open up to learning. So I'm really, really proud of that. As I mentioned, we also strive for excellence because our kids are brilliant. They've just been through some things. But when we're able to tap into their true potential, amazing things happen. So like Warren and Downey, we also offer dual enrollment courses that our students are completing on our campus. It's outside of the norm for continuation schools, and we partner with Cerritos College. We have an overall pass rate for these classes. I believe it's 78 classes that have been taken this year, 94% pass rate. Incredibly proud of our kiddos and our teachers for helping make that happen. Our students are also earning industry skills in pathways like welding and media makeup. They're receiving college and career scholarships, improving their attendance, and showing us what's possible with the right belief system, supports, and opportunities are in place. The work on our campus does not happen alone. It truly does take a village. And in Downey, we're blessed with the village that shows up. I want to thank the City of Downey, our school board, our superintendent, Dr. Brosmer, our district leaders, our incredible staff, our students, our families, our community partners for believing in the promise of every student in Downey Unified. I want to thank my family and friends that are here with me in spirit. I was sharing with Mayor Frometa that we have grad night, so we have our staff getting ready for that on campus. And my two kiddos are taking final exams in college, and my husband's working overtime. But with me, I have my beautiful daughter, Jessica. Thank you for being here, Mama. And so I could not do this work that I do without my family, my friends, and my support team, my village. This award is a reminder that when we invest in our Lions, we invest in the future of our entire community here in Downey. We serve anywhere from 500 to 700 students in 1 year, students coming and going. And we only serve kiddos that are referred to us from Warren and Downey because they're at risk of dropout. So can you imagine if at Columbus High School, we didn't do something about it? The impact that that would have on the community of Downey, having that many kiddos without a diploma. So thank you for investing in our Lions, In the city of Downey, at Columbus and Woodruff, we know that alternative education, like Columbus, is not a last stop, it's a powerful new beginning. Thank you, Mayor Frometa, for this honor, and thank you for believing in our kiddos.
Dr. Ortiz said she's got grad night tonight, so I told her we would get her in and out quickly. Of course, of course. Now, moving on, we have a proclamation declaring in honor of Public Service Recognition Week, which is May 3rd through the 9th. And I will call upon our city manager, Roger Bradley, to assist. This is an important week for public servants, and I will have him read a few words.
Great, thank you, Mayor. The City of Downey proudly recognizes the essential role of public servants at all levels of government during Public Service Recognition Week, which is from May 3rd through 9th. These dedicated individuals, whether serving as firefighters, police officers, recreation leaders, engineers, or another countless other roles, work tirelessly to keep our community running with integrity and efficiency. Many risk their lives daily, while others provide critical service to support our communities. Without their continued service, the stability and function of our city would not be possible. To accept the proclamation, we have Gonzalo Cardenas, our street maintenance lead worker. He is a dedicated, responsible, and ethical employee. Started in landscaping and transferred over to the streets crew, and has been a huge asset to the department and is a perfect example of a public servant. I'm grateful to have him here this evening. Call him up and present the award.
I will only read the bottom. I said I wouldn't read all of the whereases. Now, therefore, Claudia Frometa, Mayor of the City of Downey, do hereby announce and proclaim to all residents that May 3rd through the 9th as Public Service Recognition Week. All residents are encouraged to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of government employees at all levels. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Ray. I would like to say thank you to, first of all, to city council members, also to the Downey staff. I've been working here for 10 years now, and I've gotten to know a lot of people, and I've enjoyed my time here. But it wasn't easy. Hasn't been easy. There's a lot of commitment, responsibility. And I've learned that as I've been moving up in my position. But really, I'm proud of my work I do. I'm proud of the people I work with and the community I serve. I hope to keep this level of service for another 10 years plus. And really want to say thank you to my wife, who currently is at home with our 2-week-old baby girl.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I want to say thank you to my 2 boys. One's here with me today, but thank you for being always around, being understanding those times that I have had to miss, birthday parties and holidays, because I've known that the city needs their staff, and I've understand that's a commitment I made. So thank you to my family. I love you all, and thank you.
Thank you, Gonzalo. Thank you for your work, and congratulations, baby girl. I have our fire chief and our police chief join us by phone. I can have his family, Gonzalo's family tomorrow. ¿A tomar una foto?
All right. Without a doubt, we are grateful to all of our city staff. Gonzalo, thank you for that dedication. We cannot maintain the level of service, and we can't maintain a great running, smooth city without incredible staff. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody. Now, moving on, we have a proclamation in honor of Municipal Clerk's Week, which also is May 3rd through the 9th. And our city proudly recognizes the week of May 5th through 11th as Municipal Clerk's Week, honoring the essential role municipal clerks play in local government. As one of the oldest and most vital public service positions, municipal clerks serve as the professional link between citizens, elected officials, and all levels of government. City clerks embody a commitment to neutrality, public service, and transparency. They serve as the information hub for local government functions and continually pursue professional development to better serve their communities. I would like to call upon our own city clerk. Can you give her a round of applause? Alicia Duarte. I would like to recognize Alicia for her dedication, for her integrity, for always being available to this council at a moment's notice, and for the vital work that Alicia, as our city clerk, does for the city of Downey. Again, I will not read all the whereases, but I, Claudia Frometa, Mayor of the City of Downey, do recognize the week of May 5th through 11th, 2026 as Municipal Clerk's Week, and further extend appreciation to our City Clerk Alicia Duarte and all of the municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the community they represent. Thank you. Thank you, Alicia. Go ahead and say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for recognizing Municipal Clerks Week. I also want to thank City Manager Bradley, Assistant City Manager De Rojas, and City Attorney Funk for their support and collaboration with the City Clerk's Office. And also acknowledge and thank Agustin Estrada, Deputy City Clerk, for his work and dedication. I would like to briefly share some of the many duties and responsibilities of the city clerk, which include preparing council agendas, attending and recording council meeting proceedings, maintaining city records and archives, city election administration, public records management, and Brown Act and Political Reform Act compliance. It is truly rewarding to serve in a role that acts as the backbone of local government, fostering transparency and directly serving the community. Thank you again, Mayor.
Thank you. Can we get Assistant City Manager De Rojas, City Manager, for a photo? And Agustin, join us. We really have great, great staff, and we definitely have a great city clerk. Moving right along, we also have National Police Week is May 15th through the 21st. And let us give a round of applause, please. If I can call upon Chief Lochner to come up here. On behalf of the City of Downey, we extend our sincere gratitude to our police officers, our men and women, for their dedicated professionalism, their commitment, unwavering commitment to public safety. Thank you to all of our men and women in uniform. Thank you, Chief, for your service to our community. Tonight, we recognize National Police Week, and this is a time to honor the brave men and women in law enforcement who serve and protect our community each and every day. We also remember and pay tribute to those officers who made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. If we can give them a round of applause, please. I, Mayor Claudia Frometa, call upon all citizens of the City of Downey and all patriotic, civil, and educational organizations to recognize Police Week with appropriate observance, which our community may join in honoring police officers, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service, and in doing so, have established for themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and safety and security of all citizens. Today, May 12th, 2026. Thank you, Chief. Go ahead and say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Frometa. In 1962, President Kennedy proclaimed May 15th as National Police Officers Memorial Day, and the calendar week that it falls in as National Police Week. National Police Week pays special recognition to those law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others. Tragically, our department has lost 2 officers in the line of duty. On April 10th of 1981, Motor Officer Wayne Presley was pulled to the side of the road assisting a disabled vehicle. Officer Presley, along with his partner Steve Guthrie, were hit by a drunk driver. Officer Presley was killed while Steve Guthrie sustained major injuries. Fortunately, Steve Guthrie was later able to return to full duty and retired as a sergeant. On November 18th of 2015, Officer Ricardo Ricky Galvez returned to the station in his personal vehicle after working as an agitator at a canine training. As Officer Galvez was sitting in his vehicle, he was shot and killed by 3 gang members. This year, in memory of Officers Presley and Galvez, Officers Adon Avila, Rebecca Smith, and Anthony Cantero participated in the Police Unity Tour. This 250-mile bike ride began on May 10th and concluded today. I'm proud to say that all 3 finished the ride today safe and healthy. On behalf of the men and women of the Downey Police Department, I would like to thank you for this proclamation and remembering those who paid the ultimate sacrifice in protecting our communities. Thank you.
Okay, we've got 2 more. Thank you for hanging with us. Also, we have National Public Works Week, May 17th through the 23rd. The City of Downey proudly recognizes the critical role public works professionals play in maintaining the infrastructure, services, and facilities that support our community's health, safety, and quality of life. These dedicated individuals, engineers, managers, and workers across both public and private sectors are responsible for building, maintaining, and improving vital systems such as transportation, water supply, waste management, and public buildings. As we mark the 66th Annual National Public Works Week, May 17th through the 23rd, we, the City of Downey, do encourage all residents to join in honoring the contributions of public works professionals and to participate in activities that highlight the importance of their work in creating resilient, sustainable communities. I would like to call upon our superstar, the Director of Public Works, Matt Baumgartner, who I had the pleasure of recording a video recently regarding the tremendous work that as a city we are doing to repave, rehabilitate our streets. We had a lot of fun doing that, huh, Matt? We did. I think we're going to do another one before too long. It is so important, I think, to hear from our Director of Public Works and for our residents. They see the streets sometimes blocked with cones, and they see some disruption to their daily commutes, and we understand that's not fun, and sometimes can get our level, our anxiety level through the roof. But the point and the importance of what we're doing, what this council is doing, and certainly the staff, our Director Matt, and as well as individuals like Gonzalo, who works in Public Works, and so many others, and Shane. We have a tremendous city, 12 square miles, and we have a lot of streets that need to be brought up to code, I would say. And over the past few years, this city and this council has directed the investment of how many million? $35 million to repair our streets. And so, again, we want to make sure we take the time to recognize, and thank you for recording that video with me. Matt, say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Fermetta. I think you've covered very well what we do here in Public Works. I'm actually really glad to be today. I don't usually have the opportunity to have all my key people here. I've got Shane and Lisa, who manages our facilities, and Shane's two right-hand men, and Gonzalo and Andrew. They're the ones who take care of our roads, our sidewalks. They respond late at night to take care of this community, and they represent what all of our staff do, which is people that have a lot of great pride in the work they do and love this community. So we take an opportunity this week every year in May. Tomorrow we have our Public Works Week breakfast, where the council, the city manager, assistant city manager, myself, we take an opportunity to serve breakfast to all of our staff, and we look forward to that and to share a little bit about what we do. And it's always a fun time, and we really like the opportunity to acknowledge and recognize all of our staff for the great work they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Big round of applause. Yes. I'm not going to read all the whereases, but resolved, I, Claudia Fermetta, Mayor of the City of Downey, do hereby designate the week of May 17th through the 23rd as National Public Works Week. I am urging all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public work professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, our safety, and advancing quality of life for all of us. A big round of applause once again. Where's Shane? Shane. Okay, we just had a sizzle, you guys. Thank you guys. We appreciate you so much.
Don't get locked in the back, Shane, I know.
Thank you, guys. We couldn't do anything without you. We appreciate you so much. Thank them, because they're always hard at work. Last, but certainly not least, I want to extend a proclamation in honor of Mental Health Awareness Month, which is the month of May. And I would like to call upon Ronnie Hernandez, Executive Director, Clinical Therapist at the 1020 Club, to accept this proclamation. Mental Health Awareness Month is a national observance in the United States held every May. Founded by the Mental Health America in 1949 to raise awareness about mental health, to reduce the stigma, and to connect people with resources. The 2026 theme, More Good Days Together, emphasizes both personal reflection and community support, encouraging individuals to define what a good day means for them and to foster connections that enhance mental well-being. It is particularly, and I've known Ronnie for several years, but especially during the pandemic and post-pandemic, the rise in mental health situations, struggles with our youth, but certainly with community members, went through the roof because of what we experienced during the pandemic. But also with the rise of social media and social media platforms, the bullying and the harassment that often takes place, keyboard warriors and people hiding behind screens and behind made-up names. This really calls for we are in a crisis, and we're in a crisis of really epic proportions when it comes to our youth. Suicide rates are up, and again, recognizing that the mental health of individuals across the board, whether it is the youth, community members, but also I do want to call attention to our public servants, elected officials. At no other time in the history of our country have we also seen elected officials suffering from mental health illness. And again, we need to reduce the stigma, and it is incumbent upon all of us to recognize the symptoms, but also to, just as we are fierce and staunch supporters of First Amendment and people's right to free speech, we also need to recognize and be staunch protectors of individuals across the spectrum, from the youth to the average citizen, to elected officials like ourselves, so that our mental health can continue to be well. So, Ronnie, would you say a few words?
Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank City Council for their support over the years for the 1020 Club and for our community. And also a special thank you to Hector Sosa for the Men's Mental Health Conference last year. And also want to recognize Park and Recs as well. The importance of having those activities in the community is huge. The amount of programs that they have, and what I really feel is a big issue that's now and that will be the future is isolation. And so I run the 1020 Club, so I see kids individually, and I also have my own private practice as well where I see adults. And the overwhelming theme is isolation. So being able to have people go out and enjoy life, being able to be part of activities, and being able to interact with friends. I know when we think of mental health, we automatically think of you need to go to therapy, and for a lot of people, it's a great tool, and absolutely. But an also thing that we need as well is being able to do things, being able to call up old friends, being able to do things with your family. So I think just being aware of mental health and being able to reach out to a friend, and you don't have to say, you know, we need to talk or anything like that. It just, hey, let's go out and grab some coffee. Let's go out and, you know, play some basketball, whatever the case may be. But being able to bring awareness to what's kind of going on, especially post pandemic. And so being able to have that balance of, yes, therapy is a great tool, and then also being able to get moving and to also do things as well. So again, I'd like to thank City Council for everything that you guys do in the community, and thank you.
I, Mayor Claudia Frometa, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Mental Health Month in the City of Downey. I also call upon residents to commit to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health and the need for appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental illnesses. This day, May 12th, 2026. There are two public hearings this evening. Number one, the request for franchise agreement renewal with TESORO SOCAL Pipeline Company, LLC, that the City Council conduct a public hearing to consider granting an oil pipeline franchise to TESORO Pipeline Company, LLC. And number two, introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Downey granting a renewal of an oil pipeline franchise agreement to TESORO SOCAL Pipeline Company, LLC. The hour having arrived, the public hearing is now open. The time is 7:17. I think you are excused.
Madam Mayor, I have to recuse myself. I'll be back in the next item.
City Clerk Duarte, do we have proof of publication?
We do, Mayor.
Okay, can I have a motion and a second to receive and file the publication?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, let's vote.
The motion is approved with Councilmember Sosa abstaining from this item.
Thank you. City Manager Bradley, I see that we have a staff report from our Director of Public Works, Matthew Baumgartner.
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Yes, Mayor Frometa and Council. At our last meeting, Council adopted a resolution signaling its intent to extend the franchise agreement with TESORO Pipeline for another 10 years. Our charter requires that we come back every 10 years, hold a public hearing to go over this and to adopt this agreement. This pipeline was installed back in the 1990s, and we've gone through this process over the last 2 years, last 30 years. And tonight we're bringing this forward. This will, the rates per foot will be at $1.64, which is in line with the market. And every year that rate will be adjusted by CPI, which is also standard with the market. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Council, do any of you have any questions or comments?
No, I don't have any questions. It's interesting, the footprint of the map where it comes in on Southgate, goes down south along Imperial, but a lot of underground things that we do not know about.
Exactly.
So I have no questions. Thank you for delineating this and showing us where it is.
Thank you. At this time, thank you, Matt. At this time, I will open this public hearing item for public comment. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written correspondence regarding this item?
We did not, Mayor.
Are there any members of the public that wish to speak on this public hearing?
We don't have any members of the public, Mayor.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to close this public comment period for a public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so ordered by the mayor. If that is no public comment, I will go ahead and entertain a motion and a second. Unless there are any comments from council, I will entertain a motion and a second to approve the staff's recommendation for actions number 1 and 2.
I'll make that motion, Mayor.
I'll second that.
Please vote.
The motion is approved with Councilmember Sosa abstaining from the item.
Our second public hearing of the evening is to consider the adoption of an uncodified urgency, ordinance number 26-1541, extending a moratorium on single-price overstock discount stores for an additional 1 year. That the City Council adopt uncodified urgency ordinance number 26-1541, extending a moratorium on the approval, commencement, establishment, relocation, or expansion of single-price overstock discount stores within city limits for an additional 1 year. The hour having arrived, the public hearing is now open. The time is 7:21. City Clerk Duarte, do we have proof of publication?
We do, Mayor.
Okay, I will make a motion to receive and file the publication. Can I get a second?
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report?
Yes, Mayor. We'll have Community Development Director Weitron introduce the item.
Yes, good evening. Tonight we'll have a brief presentation by our contract planner, Lindsay Ortega.
Good evening, Mayor Frometa and members of the City Council. I'm Lindsay Ortega. It is a privilege to be back before the City Council again. The item for consideration today is an uncodified urgency ordinance number 26-1541, which would extend a moratorium on single-price overstock discount stores within city limits for an additional year. On May 28, 2025, in an effort to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, the City Council adopted an interim urgency ordinance number 25-1528, establishing a 45-day moratorium on the approval, commencement, establishment, relocation, or expansion of a single-price overstock discount store within the city limits. On June 24, 2025, the City Council issued and filed the requisite report required by state law prior to extension of a moratorium. And on July 8, 2025, the City Council adopted ordinance number 2025-1529, extending the moratorium for 10 months and 15 days, which is set to expire on May 27, 2026, unless extended by the City Council. In accordance with Government Code Section 65858, after an initial extension of 10 months and 15 days, the City Council may adopt a subsequent extension for up to 1 year. Not more than 2 extensions are permitted to be adopted. On April 28, 2026, the City Council issued and filed the requisite written report describing the measures taken to alleviate the conditions that led up to the adoption of the moratorium. Staff continues to study the issues associated with single-price overstock discount stores to identify recommendations for how this should be defined, permitted, as well as the analysis for the appropriate locations and zoning to mitigate any potential adverse impacts on the city. Additionally, staff is continuing to research development standards and best practices from other jurisdictions to determine if they would be appropriate for the City of Downey. Staff needs additional time to continue this research, to summarize recommendations, and to draft a proposed text amendment to the zoning code, and in order to adequately address the issues related to single-price overstock discount stores. Upon extension of the moratorium, this would expire on May 27th, 2027. This concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I do want to remind our residents, perhaps they were not aware, those that are here in the audience tonight or those watching via YouTube, and for the record, that this council unanimously adopted the moratorium a year ago in May 28, 2025. regarding discount stores. And again, the concern at the time was that the proliferation of these places without regulation would have adverse impact to our community. Typically, these type of establishments are associated with an increase in trash, loitering, graffiti, and theft, and due to the lack of security. And we wanted to discourage residents, that discourages our residents from engaging in being part of the community. And so again, knowing that we have currently 8 discount stores throughout this city, this council believed that that was more than plenty. That was enough. And so again, I just wanted to remind or say why it is we're having this public hearing and how this council voted unanimously a year ago. Council, do you have any thoughts, questions, comments?
I just have one question. So this is just our last extension until we come back for some staff would recommends.
Yes, that's correct. This is the last extension.
That's it.
I too will echo the sentiments of Mayor Frometa, because on social media, I see a lot of comments of certain areas, and it's generally related to these types of stores with maintenance or trash or loitering and such. So we need to take a look of what's good to keep our community safe and keep the shopping districts where people do want to come out and feel that they can do that. So we appreciate looking into this.
Yes, thank you. And I also want to add that even before we adopted this urgency ordinance, as a council, we had asked staff to look into those particular sites that our residents were particularly concerned about, whether it's increase in transient activity, and we continue to monitor these areas. And staff, I have to say, have been very responsive. Thank you, City Manager Bradley, for continuing to hear us and hear our residents. That these need to continue to be monitored. So thank you. Any other thoughts or comments? If not, I will now open this item for public comment. Thank you again for the report. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written correspondence regarding this item?
We did not, Mayor.
And do we have any in-person public comment regarding this public hearing?
We do not have any speakers, Mayor.
Okay, I will make a motion to close this public hearing. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, so ordered by the mayor. This urgency ordinance requires a 4 to 5 vote to be adopted. Unless there are any comments from my council colleagues, I will entertain a motion in a second to adopt the uncodified urgency ordinance number 26-1541.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Now is the time for public comment regarding agenda, consent calendar, and non-agenda items.
The City Council will now take public comment on agenda, consent calendar, and non-agenda items. If you did not receive a number card and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room to be issued a number card by city staff. We will be calling blue number cards for the public comment period. Before we begin the public comment period, we would like to remind members of the audience that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Copies of the meeting rules are located in the back of the chambers. Members of the audience and speakers who violate these rules and cause a disruption will receive one warning and then may be removed from the meeting. Violations of the rules of decorum for council meetings may also result in an administrative fine under the Municipal Code or citation for a misdemeanor under Penal Code Section 403. The City Council acknowledges the right of the public to address issues that are within the city's jurisdiction and invites the public to do so during the City Council meeting. However, this right must be balanced with the need of the City Council to conduct the public business in a fair and efficient manner, free from disruption or disturbance. We expect that everyone who participates in today's meeting, from the members of the council here on the dais, to staff, to the members of the public in attendance, do so with respect and dignity. Please refrain from using profanity, name-calling, or behaving in a way that disrupts this meeting. This includes yelling, whistling, booing, screaming, and any other outburst that disrupts or disturbs the meeting. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts persons who are addressing the City Council. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts council members while they are speaking. Any other conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. And attacks of a personal nature on city staff or city council members that have no connection to agenda items or non-agenda items. We remind speakers that your comments must be addressed to the mayor and not to any other council member, city staff, or the audience.
Thank you. Alicia, how many speakers do we have?
We have 5 speakers, Mayor.
Okay, each speaker will have the 3 minutes to address the City Council, and I will be calling on the blue number cards for this public comment period. And again, I remind all speakers that you must remain seated until your number is called. Speaker number 1, please come forward.
I'll put this right here for now. It was interesting. I'm here to talk about the illegal sale of nitrous oxide here in Downey. It's illegal. I'll talk about these particular things. It's interesting, when I came in today, there was a lot of people from the street maintenance, and they knew exactly what this was. Do you guys know what this is right here? It's a nitric oxide that's being sold in smoke shops here. There are 10 smoke shops in Downey selling these things. They're over $100, this size right here. They have a lot of health problems when you do these things, when you have these things. So let me get my message here. I also sent an email to the comment section today. I'll just go ahead and read this. It is illegal to sell nitrous oxide or recreational use in California because of its serious negative health consequences. But there is a loophole that I hope that you will close in this city. There are 10 smoke shops in this city. The owners of these smoke shops can claim that they don't know what their buyers are using this dangerous gas for. This is their loophole. It is a lie. I know this because they sell balloons and adapters to attach to the canisters that dispose this gas. Here's the adapter right here. And the balloons, of course. Okay, I lost my point. This paraphernalia that they sell with the canisters is not used when it is used legally, only illegally. So they sell it with it. They know what they're doing. They're denying it, but they're lying about it. The temperatures, I'll explain why they use a balloon. The temperatures of the gas straight from the canister are a minus 40 degrees below zero. Balloons are how illegal users are breathing it into their lungs to avoid the damage of immediate frostbite to their mouth, throat, and lungs. The only legal use for this nitrous oxide is for dentists, making whipped cream, and for car performance. Can anyone believe that these smoke shop owners are selling this to dentists? Are they selling it to dentists? No, they know exactly what they're doing. These shops are making a lot of money, and they are lying about what they know. Many cities have banned its sale in smoke shops already, with penalties of $1,000 and losing their business license. Cities such as Anaheim, Buena Park, Costa Mesa, Fullerton, Garden Grove, Huntington Beach, and many, many more. Is that the 3-minute? Shall I continue? I'm almost done.
Oh, I would love to be able to have you continue, but we have our 3-minute limit.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could.
Yes, please, go ahead, City Manager Bradley.
So I just want to say thank you so much for the resident to come, and for my comments for later this evening, I was going to have staff look into adding nitrous oxide and kratom definition to our tobacco ordinance and prohibit these sales on these items. I understand what you're facing. In my district, we have 17 smoke shops. We did a lot of limitations between parks, daycares, playgrounds, and schools. So I just want to make sure that we continue to take care of kids. That's my biggest issue that I want to make sure I tackle. And so I just want to say, if I can have a second for that.
I think we can do that during our comments.
Well,
Thank
then,
you,
just
Councilmember Ortiz. And is it 15 smoke shops in your district?
Sorry, 7 smoke shops.
7, okay, thank you.
17 in total in the city.
Yes.
Well,
we will add that to the comments, but thank you for that. We have to move on to our second speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Speaker number 2 may come up. And if I may add, this is an important moment during our city council meeting, having members of the public come and speak their mind on various issues. And there might be times where, as council members, we may be aware or not on certain situations. And so we thank you for taking the time to come talk to us. Speaker number 2, you may start.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. My name is Sarah, and I am a Downey resident. I'm here to report a high-risk wildlife encounter and a critical breakdown in our city's public safety outreach. On Sunday, May 3rd at 1:30 p.m., my security cameras recorded a coyote on my property in broad daylight. The animal was severely malnourished and suffering from advanced visible mange. I immediately executed standard city hazing protocols, patrolling my yards, shouting, and striking outdoor furniture with my bat to create loud noises. While the coyote did not ignore me, its response reveals a terrifying reality. Yesterday, an inspector from the Los Angeles County Department of Agricultural Commissioner checked my neighborhood. He confirmed the gravity of the threat, explaining that these intelligent coyotes can actually recognize individual human voices. The inspector believes this coyote has been actively avoiding my voice specifically because I knew how to haze. The animal simply shifted its territory, moving just one street over to target my other neighbors and pets. Fortunately, he did see Stacker pursue this contagious coyote, so we'll see. We are also in pup season. Coyotes are biologically driven to hunt more frequently, making them highly active and potentially dangerous during the day. While I knew how to protect my yards and pets, my neighbors did not. When I went door to door to warn them, every resident shared the same 2 facts. They have no idea how to haze coyotes, and they have zero awareness that the city recently had a coyote safety meeting. So I am asking Downey to bridge this communication by improving public notifications through channels like social media, publishing a clear protocol for diseased wildlife, and deploying deterrent tools to affected blocks. And also, if we can have more workshops, we would appreciate it. In closing, I have the video on my phone if you would like to see it after the meeting. I have extra time. I guess just in closing, I just want to point out, I do appreciate wildlife and nature. I grew up with my family taking me camping to Mammoth Lakes in spring and fall and other public parks, and so I knew how to keep a safe distance, whether it be coyotes, elk, bears, all that. Unfortunately, nowadays, with social media, people try to get selfies too close for comfort. So now in Downey, since they're comfortable, the coyotes are comfortable here, I just hope we can empower our community to know how to safely haze and deter wildlife and to coexist. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Speaker number 2. I will like to add, and I will mention that during my comments later today, there was a neighborhood block, captain block meeting some weeks ago, and I know Councilmember Pemberton and I have discussed, and we have asked staff to look into bringing a town hall for coyote awareness. And again, I will speak to that a little bit later this evening, but thank you for your comments. And again, for the record, we will be looking at having a town hall on that.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
and
yes,
also
Councilman.
I'll be asking on that topic, if we've ever engaged in proactive trying to catch the coyote activities, there must be traps somewhere.
We do not do that. If there is an issue where there's a coyote that has attacked someone, then we get to maybe that level of capture. But other than that, this is their habitat. They are proper hazing techniques to use, and we do have that information on our website. We do provide that as a service to the community to let them know how to address that concern. But it is their habitat. We have to learn to live with them just like other wild animals that are around us in the area here too.
And I think, and you know what, Councilmember Trujillo, we talked about having, inviting fish and game, wildlife fish and game, because again, there was a town hall many years ago, if you recall, on this particular topic, and I think it's time that we bring them back for education purposes.
Let's see if we could rehome some of these coyotes. I understand it's their habitat, but my residents, Roger, care about their pets. And so while I understand that the coyotes are important, I like to be proactive. So but we'll discuss it. I think I'm going to ask that we put this on the agenda. I'm not going to, I don't feel comfortable accepting it's their habitat, so we just have to live with the possibility.
I understand that, but it also would be incredibly expensive to try to relocate what could be many amounts of coyotes in the area. But we're happy to have that conversation. It's a difficult topic for the whole area.
Are we allowed to crosstalk or?
Thank you. No, we're not supposed to. And again, I know this is new for a lot of our residents. During public comment, it is the public who comment, and we really are not supposed to engage in back and forth. So.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
persistence.
Thank
I remember.
Let me just make one SIACA comment. If the animal seems to have mange or is suffering, SIACA will go out and they will come and get it. Otherwise, they cannot. So you can still call SIACA if that animal has mange or seems to be suffering. They will go out and find it and take it.
I just will say, Fish and Game will tell us the same thing. Too.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mean to be run the party a little bit, but I do say it's a very difficult issue that we're dealing with, and they will tell us the same thing, that that's their habitat, and that's kind of the end of the story. I think it might even be illegal in some way to relocate them. So.
Well, we will continue this conversation. I want to be protective of our public comment, but thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Speaker number 3 may come up. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Mr. Bradley and staff. Madam Mayor, I have 3 topics on my agenda this evening. The number 1, since this is National Police Week, I want to acknowledge the men and women of the Downey Police Department and thank them very much for all they do to make our community a safer place. Thank you very much. Second item is that soon our country will be celebrating their 250th anniversary. And I was wondering if the city of Downey will provide any kind of festivities relating to that. The last item has to do with the grappler. I'm sure the police chief is aware of the grappler. It's a device where the police can control and possibly stop a vehicle that they are chasing. And my question is, I'm wondering if the city has looked into it and see whether or not it's something the police department should utilize. That ends my comments, Madam Mayor. I yield my remaining time back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Please appreciate you. Speaker number 4 may come up, please. Good evening.
Good evening, council members. In 2024, you passed a homophobic ordinance prohibiting the flying of pride flags on city property. Knowing that it was a homophobic ordinance, you did your best to obfuscate that the pride flag was the true target of the ordinance by calling the ordinance a neutral flag ordinance. Now, thanks to this homophobic ordinance, the city of Downey looks just as homophobic as Egypt and Iran. Egypt and Iran are set to play against each other in Seattle on June 26 during the first round of the FIFA World Cup. Long before it was known what teams will be playing in the June 26th game hosted in Seattle, the city of Seattle had planned to have pride celebrations around the game in honor of June being LGBT Pride Month. As soon as Egypt and Iran, two countries known for being homophobic, were selected to play the June 26th game in Seattle, both countries complained because, heaven forbid, they did not want their national football teams to have any association with LGBT pride celebrations. So now, the homophobic neutral flag ordinance, quote unquote, that you passed in 2024 puts the city of Downey in the same category as the regressive countries of Egypt and Iran. Does the Downey City Council really want to put the city of Downey into the same category as Egypt and Iran? I would like to believe that the residents of Downey would not want that. I am not a resident of Downey, but I live close enough to Downey and have two LGBT children to be embarrassed on behalf of the residents of Downey for the homophobic neutral flag ordinance that you passed. I call on you to do the right thing and rescind the homophobic neutral flag ordinance from your books and do it in the time to be able to fly the pride flag during the upcoming LGBT Pride Month of June. And in the few seconds I have left, I'll add that the reason I came here, even though I'm not a Downey resident, I came to Downey because, to paraphrase Martin Luther King, homophobia anywhere is homophobia everywhere. While I cannot do anything about the homophobia in Egypt and Iran, I can do something about the homophobia in Downey, and that's what I'm doing right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Do we have any other speakers? Yes, you, speaker number 6 may come up. Oh, number 5, excuse me.
Lee Squire, Vietnam era veteran, U.S. Army, death before dishonor. I exercise my First Amendment freedoms. Mayor and council members. 1, happy belated Mother's Day. It is mothers who give birth to freedom in America whose children are our future military and law enforcement. Hate against Jews in America called anti-Semitism. It is the U.S. Army veterans who should be speaking up against hatred against the Jews. The U.S. Army liberated the Jews from Nazi tyranny. Will Jews have a voice on Memorial Day in honor of our 250th anniversary and in honor of the U.S. military who defended their rights? I'd like to know that. 2, National Police Week. In May each year, for the last 4 years under the Biden administration, all we ever heard was hate the police, defund the police, and dishonor the police, and then dishonor the thin blue line flag. Well, enough is enough. Thank God for our military and thank God for our law enforcement across America. God bless America, God bless Israel, God bless the military and its veterans, and God bless law enforcement across America. Thank you. I'd like this into the public record.
Thank you, Mr. Squire. That was speaker number 5. Are there any other speakers? Okay, I will make a motion to close public comment. Can I get a second?
Second.
So ordered by the mayor. Now is the time for consent calendar items. Are there any council members that would like to remove or abstain from an item?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I have to recuse myself because I have conflicts on items 5 and 6.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Trujillo. Anyone else? I will make a motion to approve approve the consent calendar with Councilmember Trujillo excusing himself from items 5 and 6. Can I get a second?
Second.
Please vote.
The consent calendar is approved with Councilmember Trujillo abstaining from item numbers 5 and 6.
Thank you. We have 4 administrative reports this evening. And the first one, item number 7 on our agenda, is the Discover Downey brand update from Economic Development. That the City Council receive and file an update on the refreshed Discover Downey brand. And City Manager Bradley, who will be providing us the staff report on number 7.
Our Economic Development Director will be providing the report, Austin Ramirez. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Hello, Austin. I have to tell you, by the way, I think thousands and thousands of our residents really enjoyed your video welcoming Funbox to Downey. Thank you for the great video. We appreciate it.
Thank you. All credit to Axel and the Funbox team. I'm still sore from filming that video, but I appreciate it.
It definitely looks like a fantastic place. I have not had an opportunity to visit. I reached out to the owners and will be visiting soon. But thank you for the great work you're doing on the economic development front. I know you're here to tell us about the rebranding.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for all of your time this evening. We're going to discuss the refreshed Discover Downey brand, and we'll talk a little bit about why we're evolving into something that's more consumer-facing and that really is going to be focused on elevating our brand and our reputation here in Downey to really support our local business community. And so we'll talk a little bit about the history of the brand and also some of what we're looking at in terms of implementation in the coming months. And just for some context and background, the previous brand was certainly functional, but it lacked a distinct vision. It was often confused with the city's municipal brand. That's something we heard time and time again, that the shared content and the use of the same logo and the same colors made it difficult for it to stand out. It did not fully leverage or market the amenities and businesses that make Downey such an attractive destination. And it's really struggled to grow its great engagement and follower base. That's clearly seen on the screen there. If you just look at the difference in followers between the two accounts, we have close to 32,000 followers in the city's municipal account, and then we've really plateaued at just over 4,000 for the Discover Downey account, but we're hoping to change that here. The other thing to mention is other cities have successfully developed their own distinct but very complementary destination marketing brands that focus on attracting new visitation, new spending, and new investment. Some examples locally: Pasadena, Oceanside, Temecula Valley. And then also just a reminder, as we were putting together Economic Development Action Plan, one of the things we consistently heard from small businesses here in Downey is that they needed marketing support, and that's a critical resource that the city can help provide. And we really see this new evolved platform as a way to support our local businesses. And so when we partnered with Kilter, which is a really great design agency in LA, to help guide us through this process, our objective we set out from the beginning was to really create an identity that celebrates Downey and inspires that visitation and investment. And when we thought about what success would look like at the end of this process, there were 4 goals that we established early on. That the brand would be aspirational and inspired by the history, people, architecture, and atmosphere of our great city. That it would inspire inquiries from investors, consumers, and visitors. That it would be distinct from the City of Downey's municipal brand identity, but certainly complementary. And then also that the brand would help establish and create a sense of pride for Downey among current businesses and residents. And when we thought about working with Kilter on how we wanted to roll out and implement this refreshed brand, we were very intentional about thinking of multiple audiences, multiple settings, multiple platforms. And so we'll preview what some of those digital assets look like, as well as those physical marketing assets. We'll talk about sort of the 2 main audience sectors here, tourism and consumers, as well as economic development for really investors, retailers, developers. And then when we look at the design, just keep in mind it was intentionally designed to be prominent in social media applications, conference, and trade shows as well, so it doesn't get lost in those sorts of use cases. And for inspiration, we really looked at Downey's past and present, really some of the more remarkable history and architecture and the people and the atmosphere. And so you can see here on the screen some of that imagery that we looked at. And our goal was really to help balance the city's rich history with our vibrant cultural diversity present in the community today. And that resulted in the following logo. So you can see here that Discover features a really classic mid-century script, but really we've paired that with a bold typeface that centers Downey as the focal point. That is the goal, right? Bringing new audiences, new people, new investment to Downey. And then what we'll look at next is sort of how the logo and the brand is applied with our different color palettes and our different audiences. The color palette we chose is what we call a tropical mid-century palette. And the first one is in our tourism applications. The three main colors you can see are coral, a deep navy, and then a sort of golden mustard that is very classic mid-century. And you can see on the top some of the physical brand assets that we would invest in throughout the community. One is a billboard. You can see some street banners and then some standalone signage. And working with Kilter, we've sort of worked on a play on words, incorporating Downey, the down-to-earth destination of your dreams, also speaking to our space history there. Downright perfect, the perfect place to put down roots. And then that bottom row is just some fun merch that we can make available to the community. And then for economic development, to just have that sort of audience have its own color palette, we dropped the coral and replace it with sort of a mid-century teal color there. Keep the golden mustard, keep the deep navy. And again, continuing with that play on words, downright perfect, the perfect place to get down to business. That bottom rendering is really exciting for us as we think about taking this brand on the road to ICSC or other conferences and trade shows. And you can imagine that really standing out in this sea of more corporate brands that other municipalities or other businesses take to those types of shows. The application we're really most excited about is thinking about our social media and Instagram page for Discover Downey. We have a rendering of the Instagram grid, as it's called. And I just want to point out that while it's a rendering, all 9 of these photos are real photos of real businesses here in Downey and events here in Downey. So this gives you a very realistic feel of that lifestyle brand, that aspirational sort of feel that we really are going to drive folks to spend more time, more money in Downey and reach a new audience here. And that's going to be key for us, is making sure it does support our local businesses. We've previewed it to some of our local businesses and our partners, and they're really excited about this new feel, this intentional shift away from, municipal services. It's something that they're excited about. It's something they want to partner with us on professional level content creation. And again, that's critical to the long-term success of this. It's really for our business community to help support them. And then this is just a look at the tourism palette again, that coral, that gold, and then that deep navy. And then the economic development palette there. And then in terms of just some next steps, so we want to implement this immediately, particularly to take advantage of the World Cup 26 fan zone we're hosting here at the City of Downey, the LA 28 Olympic Games, and some of the exposure we'll get to a regional and a national and likely international audience. And so hitting the ground running with the Instagram as well. And then just to mention the strategic priorities, this touches on it. I mentioned the global events and the opportunity to expand our tourism economy, but also strengthening our year-round Spend Local campaign, advancing our efforts to attract and recruit high-quality businesses, and also just promoting our market potential to a broader national audience of developers and investors. And then last but not least, before I open it up for questions, I really just want to thank the Kilter team and Axel. Axel has been instrumental, obviously, in growing our municipal brand, and it's been great working with him on evolving Discover Downey. So very grateful to Axel and Kilter for their help on this. But with that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Austin. I do have to say that my favorite is that teal, and I really like this rebranding for the Discover Downey. I think is going to be a huge success.
Mayor, it's tropical Seafoam.
Tropical seafoam. I know we've heard from some of our residents already, particularly those that are also involved with our historical society. Highlighting Downey in our mid-century modern history is important, is really important. And I think over the years, as Downey changed and expanded, we moved away from that. But I think this brings back to Downey's roots. And again, I think how wonderful it is that as we get ready to celebrate the city's 70th anniversary since we became an incorporated city, that this is also coming out. So thank you. I really am excited about it. I look forward to growing the Discover Downey social media page to over 30,000, just like the city of Downey. So great job. I appreciate the presentation. Colleagues, questions, comments, thoughts?
Up to you.
Go ahead.
No, please. Sure, okay, thank you. I like it. I really like the fact that you had the word destination as one of the things that we're doing here. Yeah, I've been in Downey 35 years. Downey was not a community that used to welcome outsiders. We were a bedroom community, we were quiet. And then previous councils really opened up Downey, I think, with the downtown Downey concept. And so I get it. We wanted to open up for economic reasons, right? So I love that you're calling it a destination because that's really what it's become. And the Southeast Downey is a destination, particularly for the younger generation. I want to encourage you to use words like, or hashtags, I don't even know if those are in anymore, Austin, but hashtag Destination Downey, Dine, Shop, Downey, Visit Downey, Vamos a Downey. Love the fact that we're going to provide support to local businesses and marketing. That is key. We managed to do that in the downtown Downey through the Downtown Downey Business Association. Their job is to market downtown. So I love now that the city is taking that responsibility on. Thank you for doing that. That really shows meaningful support to our small business community. So good job. I want to echo what the mayor said. I love that it has that sort of retro, simplistic look. And at first I was like, kind of simple, but you could add so much more now with the videos and your, whatever you say, with the captions, right? So I want to encourage you to just let people know that we are a welcoming city. Bring your tax dollars here, but please behave. Let's keep it classy, people. I've always said that we should never sell our soul in terms of keeping that bedroom community, small town feel for the dollar. We don't need the dollar that bad. That's why we don't have dispensaries, because we simply don't need it. We don't do the 3 Ps in Downey. Do you know what those are, Austin?
I have heard the 3 Ps, yes.
We don't do pot, porn, or pawn shops. We won't support businesses that do that. So, great job. I love what we're doing. We are a destination. We've opened it up, but let's make sure we keep it in a way that we can be proud of what goes on in our city. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
When I sat with the presentation last week to see the colors and such, I really love the pop of the orange and the pop of the blue. It's like Dodger blue. So at first I was like, well, what happened to our colors? But the more I look at the colors that we have here, our color palette, and the naming of them. As you said, this is good for merchandise. I couldn't sell a lot of bright orange shirts. We look like Kaltaran workers, right? But
not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, not at all, not at all. But I do like the color and the design. And like the mayor has said, we received email from someone in the community who was very active with our neoclassical and knows our history, and he said they did a great job here. Kilter's done a great job in designing something, and I do like this the color palette you have. City Attorney Funk and I, when we saw Ferndale, a nursery, raise your hand if you remember. I bought my fish there, right? There's some in the audience. And bringing back our history, understanding what Downey is, that was such a classical place, iconic. And to Councilmember Trujillo's comments about not welcoming Downey, I would change that to say things weren't happening in Downey. Other than Rockwell, the space industry, we had Stonewood Mall, we could go to golf and stuff, and maybe Skaterama if that was still alive.
Yes,
that was our
Skaterama.
entertainment. So we've really transformed Downey, especially with the promenade and the stores and the restaurants and the businesses and now the new businesses for children. So we've made it where people do want to come because there are things to do. And that's why we want to keep it that way. So I do love the classical colors, the neoclassical, and get down to business. Coining that word of Downey with a new slogan, I think a slogan is going to be really good. Incentive, catchy. We need that catchy phrase. So thank you for this. They've done a good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, outstanding. Did I already say my favorite is that seafoam blue? I really am. I love all things mid-century modern, and that's what Downey has been known for many years. And I think this council, and a little bit of the previous one, we also have been more intentional about establishing the some guidelines to preserve, the preservation ordinance, because over the years, unfortunately, we lost a lot of beautiful mid-century modern architecture, just beautiful places in our community, and we need to be intentional about protecting the historical piece. And again, bringing this back is really fantastic, in my opinion. Councilmember Ortiz or Councilmember Sosa, any thoughts or comments?
I just want to. I just want to say thank you, Austin. I really appreciate you and all the work you have done. This gives me a renewed sense of, excitement for the future of our city. Discover Downey. There's so much to discover here in our home, and a lot of potential, a lot of things coming that we are ready to announce, and we're excited to bring and show the potential of Downey and the future unlimited that the city's well known about. So everything with the colors, the design, Downey has evolved throughout the years. I mean, I'm gonna turn 35 next week, but Downey has evolved since I've been here, and I'm not trying to call it ages, okay? But I'm just super excited that we really focus on what Downey has to offer, especially the spend local. I think all of our businesses have really asked that we work together, and I think we're heading to the right direction. And so spend local, that's my whole message to our community, and I tried my best to highlight how to spend local and what businesses we have to offer, and I'm excited for this new change. So thank you, Austin, for all your work.
Thank you.
This is great. Thank you, Austin.
I do have a question. I'm just wondering, would there be any cross-marketing with Apollo, our mascot? I don't know if Apollo has a voice, but if you do something like where you're engaging business owners to maybe give you voice for like Discover Downey, you might want to include Apollo in there so people could make that connection. Thank you. Thank you. Just for your consideration, Austin.
Thank you. Do we have, I would like to make a motion. Can I have a second to receive this and move forward with this new Discover Downey redesign?
Second.
Okay, please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you once again. Moving on to item number 8 on our agenda, this administrative report is a discussion regarding the City of Downey construction and demolition debris deposit. That the City Council discussed the current method for calculating construction and demolition debris deposits in the city. Number 2, consider staff recommendations to reduce the percentage used in the calculation from 3% to 1.5%. Reduce the minimum amount from $2,000 to $500, and create a maximum amount of $25,000 for deposits. And number 3, direct staff to return with an ordinance to amend the Downey Municipal Code to reflect these changes. City Manager, I can see Director Baumgartner will provide the report.
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Fermetta and Council. Back in February, our council asked us to return with an item describing how construction and demolition debris, C&D debris deposits are used in the city. So I wanted to give you a little bit of background. The state of California requires that 60% of development waste on development projects are diverted from the landfill. Common approaches for enforcing this in cities include refundable C&D deposits, requires the submittal of a waste management plan to show how you plan on doing this, and the use of final inspection holds to make sure that the documentation is submitted. Downey's process includes a refundable C&D deposit, 3% of the total project valuation, or a $2,500 minimum. Typical is 1% to 3% throughout the state. And staff takes this in at the start of the permitting process. We require those waste management plans. We review those and approve those. And with final inspection, applicants must submit waste receipts, and we determine if the project has received that sign off and that they've actually met what they've stated in their waste management plan. Benefits of refundable deposits, it creates incentive to comply. Essentially, if you've got money down and you want to get that money back, you have to make sure that you're keeping good documentation and submitting that at the end of the project. The city does not need to rely on Athens' annual report. We're essentially getting more project level accountability and not leaving it at the city level. It improves the quality of documentation. Again, there's that incentive to comply, so throughout the project, you're going to make sure that you're keeping your all of your documents, your weight receipts and everything. It's ideal for medium and large projects where you have staff that can very easily do that. Some of the limitations, refunds can have slow timelines as projects can take a while to complete. Deposits that are too small to influence behavior or too large and become a burden for the applicants. One thing I want to mention is that these are not revenues. These are fully refundable deposits as long as the applicant returns all of the required documentation and meets their waste management plan. Some of the diversion enforcement options that are commonly used are that option 1, percentage evaluation deposit. That's what we use here in the city. Some of those pros included, it scales as proportional to the project size. It's the most common practice throughout the state, and it does provide that strong behavioral incentive to comply. It requires clear minimum and maximum thresholds to avoid disproportionate impacts, though. On option 2, there are a few cities that eliminate deposits and rely completely on reporting at the city level through our hauler. It obviously lowers the administrative burden, but it does not have any project level accountability. There's reduced documentation. And one thing to keep in mind here, if we were ever to be below the 65% number, CalRecycle could actually fine the city at the citywide level. So that's why this is not, if CalRecycle were to come in and see that we didn't have a program where we did some sort of deposit, that would likely lead to violations and corrective action plans to deal with that. And the third option is to adopt a tiered flat deposit structure. Some cities do this. It's very simple to administer, but it's less proportional to the project. It may under or overcharge relative to the debris that's actually generated on the project. Staff recommendations include continuing with this percentage model, but consider reducing it from 3% to 1.5%. Again, the typical throughout the state is 1% to 3%. Develop a clear minimum and reducing our current minimum from the $2,500 to $500. Create a maximum amount for the deposit. Currently, the city has no cap on these deposits, and we're recommending that we make it a $25,000. Again, even that large amount, nobody's going to want to leave that amount on the table, even on a very large project. Even a large developer is not going to walk away from $25,000. The rationale with these recommendations, it aligns with the regional and state norms, provides meaningful incentive without being punitive. It protects those small contractors and applicants. It's simple to calculate and explain, supports consistent enforcement of the CalGreen's requirements, It ensures deposits still remain proportional to the project size, and it lowers the amount on deposits, and that means more funds available for the project for these applicants. And with that, happy to answer any questions you might have on these recommendations or anything else.
Thank you, Matt. I think that was thorough, and I really appreciate the opportunity for, under the staff recommendations right here, laid out, that it supports, it allows for individuals to, it creates a baseline, so to speak, and it makes it more affordable to businesses on a certain project. So I really like that. I appreciate that. It, also it supports the consistent enforcement of Cal Green's 66% requirements. Not having anything is not acceptable. I think this, as is indicated in the staff report, it protects the small contractors through that cap. So I think that is important, and I think as we continue to be a council that wants to support initiatives that are very business friendly and continue to align our processes with what is acceptable, I think this is the way to go. I will open it up for comments from my colleagues.
I do want to echo what the mayor has mentioned. I brought this up for discussion because I've been hearing certain projects that have been coming forward, and they have to pay major fund for this reimbursement, and that kind of pushes their project back, or they don't have enough funds. But the recommendation that staff has provided, I think it's a great change, and I think it's a really good start to helping these small businesses out. So I echo what the mayor was mentioning.
I agree with the staff's recommendation. I'm glad we're looking at it. It's more equitable for smaller businesses that have a lot to pay already when they go in to do something. So thank you for this report and letting us know about it.
I will entertain a motion in a second, if there's no other comments, to consider adopt staff recommendations to reduce the percentage used in the calculation from 3% to 1.5%, and reduce the minimum amount from $2,000 to $500, and create a maximum amount of $25,000 for deposits. And direct staff to return with an ordinance to amend these on the Downey Municipal Code to reflect these changes. Can I get a motion in a second, please?
I'll make a motion, Madam Mayor.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Again, thank you, Matt, and thank you, staff, for the great work. Moving on to item number 9 in our agenda tonight. It is the City of Downey Comprehensive General Plan Update Status Report from our Community Development, and that the City Council receive and file a status report on the city's Comprehensive General Plan Update. City Manager Bradley?
Thanks, Mayor. We'll start off with Director Wheatron to start the report and go from there.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. It's my pleasure tonight to introduce our general plan update presentation. This represents an important milestone for the Community Development Department and the city's long-range planning efforts. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge our Planning Division staff of the Community Development Department, especially Swati Meshram and our senior planner, Abraham Luna, who have contributed significant time and effort towards advancing this important project for the city. Tonight, we'll start our presentation with Swati Meshram. She's our Deputy Director who oversees the Planning Division, who will provide a brief background on the general plan update process, key milestones to date, before introducing our consultant team. And with that, we'll go ahead and get started with our PowerPoint presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Irma.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you tonight is a status report regarding the comprehensive general plan update process. Our consultant firm, MIG, and city staff, as Director Wheatron mentioned, Abraham Luna, your senior planner, and myself have been working on this project. Laura Stetson from MIG will be providing you the report tonight, but before I hand it off to her, I wanted to provide a very brief background on the project. MIG has been assisting the city since 2021 with the housing element update, which is mandated by the state law, as well as implementing programs within the housing element, such as rezoning of the housing element sites and creating objective design standards which apply to multifamily housing developments within the city. Those two projects are complete, and as of last year, the staff and MIG have been working on preparing a comprehensive update to the general plan, which includes all the other elements of the general plan aside from the housing element. Additionally, the effort also includes updating the zoning map of the city to ensure consistency within the zoning as well as the general plan land use map. With that, I would like to invite Laura Stetson to provide a status report to the council.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council and staff, Laura Stetson from MIG, and it's been the pleasure to work with your community for the last several years. I was before you about a year or so ago to talk about the objective design standards, and I'm really pleased to be here this evening to share the general plan process with you. We have about a 15-minute presentation and want to make sure that we leave time in case the council has any questions for us. We're really focused on land use tonight. We're going to give you a status report about the entire general plan, report on how we've been speaking to the community over the last couple of years, focus on proposed land use changes. And it was really heartening to hear the presentation from the Economic Development Director tonight about Downey soaring, going places. And this general plan fits right in with that because it's creating the capacity to do the things from a land use perspective that you're looking to do. The general plan is the city's long-range vision. It covers a lot of topics. Typically, the time frame for a general plan is about 20 years. And so we were looking at this as the 2025, since we were really in the heart of things last year, through 2045, with the goal and the focus on attracting businesses that can provide additional tax revenues to continue to meet the diverse housing needs of the community. I think we've all acknowledged that California as a whole needs to provide more housing, and Downey is certainly doing its part to respond to the need to accommodate all travel modes. And Downey, you kept mentioning, it's a mid-century city. It grew up around the car, and the car continues to dominate the streets today. But are there opportunities through the general plan to look at alternative modes of transportation to meet the city's evolving needs for public services, and importantly, to ensure that future development respects and responds to the aesthetic and the unique character, the visual character that's Downey. So we planned because change does happen. This image shows what Downey was really known for, but because the city has been able to adapt and plan for change over time, you've had a really great shopping mall replace what was once a really centerpiece of the space industry. But you preserve that. You recognize it's important to move forward, but preserve the past, and that's what the general plan does as well. With regard to transportation, as I mentioned, this is what we see a lot today, but moving forward with rail transit and increased bike transit, there are ways to get more cars off the street and to get cleaner transportation modes circulating through and within Downey. One of the key things that was prepared to set the stage for this general plan update and provide really a point in time and a quick look ahead, about a 5-year look ahead, was a market study to really figure out where the market's headed and how that can be reflected in the general plan. We had work from our subconsultant, the Nadelson Dale Group, look to see what the demand is for a bunch of uses in the city, from retail space, office space, industrial, even hotels, as well as residential. And this is the 5-year look ahead that you see on this screen from both a forecast scenario that's probably not too aggressive as well as a more aggressive scenario. And I want to emphasize here that a market study does have a very much shorter time frame than the general plan, but it can start to point toward where things might head. The portion that we're looking at as part of this phase 3 of a program that started with the housing element update is to update the land use plan. There were proposed changes when we were looking at zoning for the housing element that weren't at the same time done to the land use element, and so we're looking to achieve consistency as to where housing is proposed. To, as Irma said, this became a need of, wow, as long as we're looking at land use, why don't we look at everything? Because it's all related, and Downey really hasn't had a comprehensive look at its blueprint for over 20 years. The zoning map is also going to be updated, and something that hasn't been mentioned yet, in parallel with all of this, community development staff enlisted a firm to prepare a historic resource analysis. And so they are preparing a context statement that really defines what you have here, what the great things are here, and an architectural style guide to reflect the different types of architecture in both residential as well as non-residential, and to build these recommendations into your policy document, into your general plan. So it has a very strong foundation on how the aesthetic of Downey is going to move forward. The general plan under state law is required to have 8 chapters, or what are called elements, and a city or a county has the ability to address whatever else they want to in their general plan. And so in this general plan, the optional elements that the city is incorporating is an economic development element. It works hand in hand with land use, as we've said, and also a design and cultural resource element. So that deals with the 3-dimensional aspect of Downey, not just what's on the ground, but how it looks and how you build culture into the community as well. And you can see the other topics that will be addressed as part of the general plan update as well. This is going to be a great looking document. It's going to be really easy to use. It will be inspiring. I'm almost wondering if we need to incorporate any of the new logo into this, but
yes.
I think
yes and yes.
And this is something that really needs to be a marketing piece for Downey. So if you are at ICSC or any other trade show or anything else to promote the city of Downey, to show people where Downey is headed through its general plan. We've been working on the general plan since the fall of 2024, and we are now at the sorry to refer to phases as here too, but we're at the phase of actually putting the plan together. We've done an existing conditions report. We've done a lot of community outreach, which I'll share with you in just a second. We've put together a vision and alternatives, which we've vetted through all of city's departments through a technical working group. And the plan is now largely finished, and it's being polished and reviewed by community development and other staff so that we can look for a release in June of this year and plan adoption in the fall. A general plan really needs to reflect community voices and be inspired by the vision of the people who live here, own businesses here, and work here. So starting back in 2024, there were a series of workshops, focus group meetings. We had housing element implementation meetings, as you recall. So we did a lot of outreach in 2024 that rolled into 2025, where we went out to the community. We didn't ask people to come to a formal meeting, but we had a survey. We were at the Bunny Patch. We had people touch a truck and tell us about the future of Downey. And then rolling into 2026, after we had taken all of that information and started to look at the land use alternatives, that was the basis for going back out to the community and saying, okay, we're also going to be doing an environmental impact report for this. And then I think most inspirationally, just about 3 or so weeks ago, we had a workshop at Apollo Park where we had about 50 residents show up, and we talked about land use in particular, and they were really great. They people talked about a lot of things, and this is a lot of what we heard. This is not an eye test. You don't have to read it all. We'll give you the presentation afterwards. But these are a lot of things that people had said through the community outreach. But what I got really excited about, and I have to compliment your community development staff. It wasn't just Irma and Abraham and Swati, but the rest of the staff was there rolling up their sleeves, sitting at tables with residents and drawing on maps and understanding what people's reactions were to some of the proposed changes as part of the general plan. So people said some pretty nice things. They love the changes that are proposed in some of the neighborhoods. We had one table of just Spanish speakers, which was led by Jerry, I think, led that group. And you can see down in the lower right-hand corner there at that Spanish-speaking table, somebody said they feel great knowing that their property's not going to be affected, but that it is for the improvement of Downey overall. And this will be provided in a summary to you. We're still putting together the summary of the report. We dealt with both general plan changes as well as zoning changes, and the general plan sits at the high level of policy planning, vision, goals, aspirations. Zoning is where the rubber meets the road and how that actually gets accomplished, and that will be through the zoning map as well as changes to the zoning code. So people don't understand the general plan as much as they do zoning, and so we got quite a few comments about zoning and proposed zoning changes as well. I'm going to focus on the general plan, but if you have questions about zoning at the end here, we could see what we can do to respond to that too. But I wanted to present to you that this general plan isn't looking for or isn't proposing widespread change in Downey. Downey works really well. There's great stuff in Downey. This is really focused change in areas to address some of those key goals that we mentioned. And so on the left-hand side of the screen, those are the current land use descriptors in your general plan today. At the colors, it's a secret code that we planners developed so that we can put colors on a map. I won't test you on them. But the changes really aren't that great. First of all, the highlighted box, the first highlighted box is something that the city has already implemented through zoning, and that is to establish a housing overlay or a high density residential, so allows more than your current 24 units per acre. It takes density up to 40 units per acre, and this was in response to the housing element and what the city was required to do to ensure capacity for housing over the long term. With regard to industrial, currently your general plan just has one general manufacturing land use category, but there is a whole spectrum of industrial uses, some which should not be next to residential neighborhoods just because of the operating characteristics of it. And so the general plan is looking to have a lighter industrial that is analogous to a light industrial zone to show, look, in areas where you've got proximity, you need to back off the heavier industrial uses. And so that's done as part of this general plan. Since the last general plan was adopted, there have been several specific plans, and so those are reflected on the map. And then most significantly, I think, are these new housing overlay zones. These are additive zones to commercial areas, and two of these have already been introduced as part of the housing element implementation. But what these do is it's an extra layer of zoning, almost like a bonus layer of zoning on commercial properties along corridors that say to the property owner, it's great, you can keep that commercial use operating because your underlying zoning is commercial. But this designation gives you the opportunity to build housing as well, if you wish, or to do mixed-use development where you have housing and commercial uses together. So it's creating additional opportunity for housing, but it's respecting the ability of a property owner or a business owner to maintain that use that continues today. So the key reasons that change is being proposed on this land use map. Number one, reacting to the mandate that every city and county has in California to accommodate more housing. And so this plan addresses both your prior housing element as well as looking forward, knowing that the state legislature is probably going to ask more and more and more over as we move forward for every city to step up. The plan also responds to changes in the market and to how properties are used. I think since the COVID epidemic, we have seen that commercial uses have declined a little bit. But retail commercial, the rise of Amazon, the fact that people have been at home more and they've really started to embrace online shopping. But that creates opportunities for different types of commercial uses, more lifestyle, entertainment uses. And I think you've started to see a lot of that happen in Downey. In analyzing the maps, Abraham and our staff spent many, many hours looking at your land use map and noted that there are a couple of areas of the city where the land use plan doesn't reflect what's on the ground today. 25 years or so ago, somebody thought it would be great to maybe over time it should change, but there are areas that are really stable that won't change. And so we want to make sure that that property owner has zoning and land use designation in place that will allow them to continue that use and not have to plan for something else. And so that all moves towards creating this consistency with what the long-range vision is and what the zoning is to reflect that vision. So there are really two categories of change, and we described this to the 50-plus members who came to the workshop on April 22nd. There's been a great effort to align the land use designation, the vision, with zoning. They were in conflict in some areas of the city, and state law requires that they be consistent with one another. If you're going to promise something, you've got to allow somebody to implement it through their zoning. And so a lot of this was focused on achieving that consistency. And for the most part, it's assigning general plan and zoning that reflect the long-term use of that property, allowing that use to continue. The other change was to support housing development, as I mentioned, through the housing overlays, and mixed use, but also to start to fill in the gaps along some of these corridors, because as part of the housing element process, there was a property here and a property there and a property here and a property there. And from a planning perspective, we wanted to create a little bit more continuity and connection along some of the corridors so that you would start to see nodes of mixed-use development or clusters of mixed-use development that would work well together. So the current proposed alternative that you'll see in the general plan when it's released in June is to expand housing capacity in the city by about 22%. Wow. That sounds like a lot. This is a long-range plan. A lot of it would be for, well, it's both rental housing as well as for sale housing. About half of that, more than half of that, is really to accommodate your housing element obligations, but this proposal is to create capacity beyond that to really have more housing in the community. But it's important to note, provided that the city can also provide the services that that housing would demand and the infrastructure can support any new development. So housing projects, when they come through, need to meet that test. So the city's capacity would increase by about 10,000 units over the long term, the capacity for housing to be built. I want to emphasize, as we did when we were doing the housing element, the city does not have the obligation to build housing. All you're required to do is to create the opportunity if a property owner wants to build additional housing. With regard to your commercial and industrial development, a little bit less of a capacity increase, a little bit more modest, about 8% more, and this is through redevelopment of sites that might be underutilized or vacant sites. And so it's that's a big number there, but it would move to about 33 million square feet of business opportunity in Downey. Where would that occur? If you want to get on the internet and look at a map, there was a link provided in your staff report where you can go look at the website that's been created to use this slider tool to go back and forth, and it can show you where what the current general plan is and what the proposed general plan is. But we've made it easy for you tonight. We've made a map that highlights these areas of change, and you might think, well, that seems like, what, maybe 1/5 of the city is changing? So anything that's light gray, no change is proposed. But I want to point out that some cleanup that we've done as part of this process is wherever there is a park or a school or a public facility like a fire station in Downey, that those need to be shown as public facilities. And that's what that seafoam blue color is on the map there. Also, the big gray areas are specific plans, and so that is land use policy that's in place today. So when you really start to boil it down, the areas of change occur along the corridors, and as I mentioned, at key intersections. And you can, I'm not going to read all of these, but the gray box for the specific plans, as I said, that's just because there's a specific plan. There are changes that were required to be made because you've already zoned a property for housing through the housing element update process, but the general plan now needs to reflect that. And in other cases, we've had the general plan wasn't matched. The zoning is going to need to be changed to match the general plan. And a lot of these are because of the housing overlay and the additional opportunities that it creates for commercial property owners. And this level of detail can be provided to you when you start to see the general plan roll out. So what are the steps ahead? We've had about a year and a half, 2-year process to this point. We're motoring towards the end of this year. Foremost, planning staff, community development staff will continue to have one-on-one dialogues with property owners. I think prior to the April 22nd meeting, Abraham, you fielded quite a few phone calls. We put his phone number out there, and people took advantage of it, and they called, and I think they were very appreciative. We had people not come to the meeting because Mr. Luna was able to assuage them and say, not much is changing, don't worry about it. Once the general plan is released in June of this year, with the draft environmental impact report, we will have a community-wide workshop where people can come and review and talk to staff and get their questions answered. And so we look forward to that. We are going to be having a study session or a working session with the Planning Commission later this summer, just so that they know what's up and won't be going into the public hearing process cold. We want to walk them through the plan and the changes so that when we go into hearings in September, October, they feel well-versed in it. And then the council, we would look to bring this to you in October or November of this year. So thank you for bearing with me. That was a lot to get through. I'll stay up at the lectern here if you have questions or comments, or Irma might help out, or Swati or Abraham if you have particular questions, but I'll see if what I can answer.
Thank you for this thorough presentation. This has been a multi-year process, and I definitely want the community to understand that the general plan update was in 2020, and then the phase 1 was completed in 22 with the adoption of the housing element. And again, I think this council has been involved and engaged with all of these phases. This is important because, again, hopefully by fall, when this council finally and officially adopts this comprehensive general plan, this is the vision of Downey for the next 20 years, right? And how critical is it for our community to be involved and be engaged? And it's interesting that you mentioned during the last session you had 50 community members. And I do want to, ask city manager and staff to really, as we continue to engage the community, I know there's a workshop planned in the summer. Did you say July? June, July?
Probably July. The plan is going to be released in late June, so we want to give people time.
The 2 month for the EIR. Okay. It is important. As council members, we often hear from our residents, I didn't know. And then again, we do a push, and we get, less than 0.0001% of the community. And so I think this is a call to our community members. This has been a multi-year process that is going to define what Downey looks like for the next 2 decades, for the next generation. And it is important for people to be engaged and for us to not hear their complaints after the fact. So again, I will ask that I know the staff, this has been such a monumental task, and I want to acknowledge Irma and your staff. This is monumental, and it is a Herculean effort to go through all of this. It's not easy. And so again, we did phase 1 in fall of 24, phase 2, what is it? Trying to read here, spring of 25. We're in phase 4 right now, right? And phase 5, the final, the implementation, are we on track more or less for October, November of this year? And again, I think it's important for us to continue to push the notifications and use the social media platforms to inform the city. These are things that are active, and this is what's going to change Downey for the better. But we need to all be engaged, and as council members, we can't be everywhere all the time, and our residents also need to be engaged. I always say engaged communities are strong communities. They need to be engaged during this process, because our future, what I like about this is that we want to ensure that the future development of our city reflects the character and the aesthetics. And I think we often have heard, we've heard so much, I know as long as I've been on council, what about the character of Downey? What about, again, we got to preserve, the history, et cetera. But I think it takes all of us from a policy perspective. Here we are, and we are directing policy. Staff is doing a Herculean effort to get all of these things lined up for us, but the community also needs to be engaged. And 50 people at our workshop it blows my mind. So I want to make a call, and I want to have it on record. We want the community. If you want to be an active participant of your community and not just complain, these workshops, community engagement, people need to show up and give us their input and not comment after the fact. I'm going to get off my soapbox now, but thank you for this. It's phenomenal. Strong cities do this, and we have had the pleasure of governing in this community for a number of years. And what a privilege to, as this current council, to be part of these final stages and to say we, in some way, shape, or form, with our policy guidance, we also had something to do with the way Downey establishes itself or moves forward for the next generation. So thank you. I will open it up for additional comments.
Thank you. So I'm wondering do you foresee any tall buildings in the growth of Downey? I mean, as we look at comparable cities in terms of population, West Covina comes to mind. They have the Eastland Tower, 13 stories tall. I had asked, I think it was our assistant city manager, Vanya, at one time, as I look at our city, now that we're the 10th largest in population, I wonder if we will continue to maintain that small town feel. Of course, I worry about parking and traffic, right? Those are the first two things. But as I look at the landscape, I find that the tallest two buildings we have are probably the Embassy Suites and Bank of America. So I'm wondering, in this vision that you're creating for the next 20 years, do you see any tall buildings?
It's your vision. It's Downey's vision. And the plan needs to reflect that, and the zoning will implement that. The densities that are proposed for the residential are not at a range that would give you super tall buildings.
Okay, so on that point, and perhaps this is a message to the staff, I really think we need to start considering the height. For density, I foresee more condo buildings, smaller apartment buildings, if our future generations are going to be able to afford living spaces here in Downey. So I don't know if it's going to take a set of ordinances to change it, but I foresee these taller buildings in the downtown Downey specifically. So I just think we need to start preparing and accommodating height. Where would be the most logical place to grow that won't take away from that small town feel, right? I think the downtown is logical, maybe in the back 20, right? But I really I want us to start considering whether that's the way to go is up, right? Because we're running out of land. I also want to know, did we consider the future of the mall in the 20 years? I realize it's private property, but look what's happening in Lakewood. I think we need to start preparing for the fact that that is prime location to do mixed use. And I want to change the ordinances now. Like, let's just tell the mall, look, here it is, grow away and build away. So I would like this future plan for our 20 years to incorporate making it easier for the mall to grow. Also, the Los Amigos golf course, did we consider the future of the golf course? And I know the golfers are going to hate this, but I don't think we need 2 golf courses on Old River School Road. Assemblywoman Garcia started something in Sacramento. I don't know what it is. I think the county owns it.
Yeah, it is county.
Yeah, but to try to pass the notion that it's public space, I think it's a fallacy because you got to pay to golf there. So I don't want anybody to try to tell me, oh, this is open space for the community. It's not. And what I believe that golf course will lend itself to is a housing village, a neighborhood. So I want to start preparing for the fact that we should make a move for that golf course for us to get control, just like we're doing in South Downey, and start getting the ordinances ready and getting everything ready so we can take over that golf course. So tall buildings, the mall, and Los Amigos are the things that we need to consider of where we're going in the next 20 years. And I hope staff will at least present us some options of what it would look like and how could we accommodate this growth in those areas. Thank you.
So if I can, real quick, Mayor, I have a couple answers to
Yes.
those questions. I know at least for Stonewood, we already have a housing overlay set over that property. So that already allows then for mixed use and for housing to go in that sort of situation. So that's taken care of. As far as the building height, please, Irma, go ahead and weigh in on that
I
part.
can take out the remaining items. With regard to tall buildings, that, as you mentioned, that would be as more of a zoning ordinance where we would set forth setbacks and heights. The general plan would set forth the, as we have it currently in draft form, would create the intensity, the overall square footage, but how that square footage gets built as far as heights would be the zoning code. So following, it was included in the staff report, but not in the presentation tonight, but following the adoption of the general plan, staff would also then come with zoning text amendments in the form of ordinances, where we can get into how do we allow, how much height do we allow? The general plan wouldn't get into that level of detail, but it certainly, we can continue to work with our planning team and our consultant team to ensure that the general plan allows for flexibility so that it could be considered, tall buildings could be considered if that's the pleasure of the city council, or if we would need to look at what would be the limitations. So that opportunity still would be within the city's opportunities within the general plan as it's currently being drafted, and we'll make sure that policies, if that is the collective direction, tonight's a good time to get feedback from the city council that we can go back and look at how we're drafting those policies and make sure that we don't get locked into anything very specific within the general plan.
Yeah, where I'm relying on staff is, based on your analysis, where are 3 areas that you could see buildings the height of Embassy Suites coming into our city, so that future councils, or even this council at some point, could say, sure, why don't we start working on a packet of ordinances to make it available for future developers who might want to come in and strategically buy up the land, knowing that they'll be able to build up, right? So when they put pencil to paper, they figure amount of units, they can count on airspace. So council, I would like to see, again, it's just a consideration if we're going to grow up to maintain that character, that small town feel, where do we think we can live with taller buildings?
I think that the downtown would, and again, we will have to look at what our downtown specific plan is, but, naturally, downtown, and certainly the back 20, there would be opportunities for that. I think that would be the natural inclination, but I certainly would like to hear more from staff as well.
And AB 79 right now is on the hot seat of a lot of cities where if you're by a transit area, they say that you can go ahead and build 6 and 7 stories regardless of what a city says. You know, that might have a strong effect into our city of what we say we want versus what we say we have to accept.
Exactly.
You know, we don't want to have that as well. We have to consider what is good for our city versus how does that play into something like that.
Assistant City Manager Downey.
I just wanted to provide additional background. So, Councilman Trujillo, you had brought off Assemblymember Garcia's bill. So I believe that was 672, AB 672 from the 2021 session. Just for context, that faced significant opposition from many different groups. So it didn't get out of the Assembly for review. On that front, during those conversations in that time period, the county did express that they do have plans for the golf course. So there's been some conversations behind the scenes what to do with it. Some of it's rehabbing it, other conversations. So it does seem like they do have plans for that site for the future regarding it. So I just want to provide that context. And also regarding, not to get too much into detail, but it also does depend on the market and what the market will hold, especially when you would go vertical and what the developers are willing to pay, which is the conversations we're seeing now. Depending on if it's rental or ownership, it does change some of the math for some of the developers, so it doesn't always pencil out if you go vertical. But I believe Community Development Director Huichon has more additional information on the height.
Yeah, with regard to height and downtown is being mentioned, the downtown area has a specific plan currently adopted, and that currently allows 5 to 6 stories depending on the district. So it does allow quite a bit of height, and that's without the general plan that's currently adopted.
And the zoning already allows it?
The zoning already
Mirrors to
allows it,
support that.
yes.
Great. And Mr. Rojas, in those conversations about the future of the golf course, did housing come into play at all?
There was early conversations around housing, but they haven't expressed anything since then, just because some of the behind-the-scenes conversations.
Something for the council to consider. I mean, look, if we can't have all the golf course, and again, the issue why I'm raising this is because we need to build more housing, right? So why not go to a 9-hole and build on half of that right across on Quill? It's already multi-units, right? Something similar across the street to fit in with the character of the neighborhood. I think it's something we should look at. And look, the county is working with us on South Campus, so perhaps if we could have some influence and say we would like to see some housing. Again, I'm not a golfer, sorry to the golfers, but we need more housing, and I think that golf course is ripe, and perhaps we can influence the county to let us work with them and zone it for future development for housing, is what I'm saying.
Well, I think it's a lot more than just housing and golfing. Golfers, it's, the traffic considerations are on that area. I can tell you that and we're not even talking about that tonight, but if we do entertain, approaching the county on building housing at the Los Amigos Golf Course, I can tell you right now that the residents would be up in arms with the additional traffic flow through that area. So, myself being one of them.
Maybe just to add a couple more comments to the discussion with regard to the golf course. The general plan is a very general policy document without making a specific commitment to a site. A general plan can have a policy objective that indicates that the city would look at creative ways to repurpose existing sites for housing. And then if there were a desire to go deeper into exploring potential rezoning or looking at golf course or other properties, then those ideas would be supported by the new updated general plan. So maybe that is one of the takeaways that we can take as staff.
I think so, Irma.
Is looking at creative ways to repurpose existing sites such as, and we can fill in the blanks based on tonight's discussion. And then that is within the spirit of what we're trying to do, is create the policy framework for future more specific granular discussions on sites.
Correct.
May I bring up while we're on that, and I hope the Women's Club doesn't get mad at what I'm about to say. I don't know what the future of the Women's Club is, but I'll tell you, in a conversation I had with realtors and developers, they literally they go and look at our city and they look for land, and somebody brought up the Women's Club. What's the future? I said, I don't know. It's a private, yes. But I would like us to start maybe identifying some of these areas where should they, if they want to sell, right? We're set, ready, and locked to welcome housing, right? So maybe identifying those areas. And the Women's Club came up in conversation. Again, I'm not saying Women's Club that you should sell. It is your decision to do whatever you want with your property. But maybe identifying locations like that where we can get ready to welcome development.
And I think we've accomplished a lot of that already. I mean, the housing overlays, other things that we've done, we've actually gone through and designated as part of this update and things that we've done through this work to accomplish that. So that the framework is there. It allows the people to start thinking about how they're going to develop those sites. So the general plan is just giving people an essence of what you want in certain specific areas within the community. So we're getting there, and we're actually hitting some of those notes that you're talking about.
Outstanding.
And I think a lot of things that we're talking about today will actually come back in future conversations with the council as well.
Yes, Councilmember Sosa.
Madam Mayor, I just want to take it back to the presentations. Laura, thank you for this thorough overview of the general plan update. It's basically the city's constitution for development. I want to thank Irma and her team, Abraham, Swati. There's a lot of, and I appreciate the phases spread out over 2 years. I believe slow and steady wins a race, and I think that this general plan update has gone through a good pace. It encompasses a lot of things: zoning, housing developments, and brings up these conversations on the dais, transportation, public safety. So I just wanted to say thank you guys for that, and I appreciate the phases being spread out over 2 years. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I will now make a motion to receive and file the report. Can I get a second?
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you again for such a comprehensive report. We look forward to the next update. The final item on our agenda this evening is item number 10, and it is the consideration of amendment to the City of Downey Code of Ethics and Conduct, that the City Council consider amending the City of Downey Code of Ethics and Conduct for governing members of the City Council and City Commissions, committees, and boards. City Manager Bradley, would you tell us who has that staff report?
I'll just do a brief introduction, Mayor, if you don't mind. This is an item that was initiated by the council to make some amendments and changes to the Code of Conduct for the City Council, as well as the Commissions, Committee, and Boards, as mentioned. Both myself and the City Attorney are here to provide any answers that you might need to any questions, but largely we'll turn it over to the council for conversation and looking for directions on things that you might like to change. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Bradley. This is an important step in continuing to ensure that not just as a council, but representatives of our commissions, our committees, and our boards, that we delineate the type of conduct that we expect, right? The professional and respectful towards each other. I think it's important for individuals to understand that while each council member appoints their individuals from their district, once they are appointed, they're actually voted by this council. And so while they may represent, Mayor Frometa from District 4 or MPT Ortiz, they actually are representing all of us. And it is important to delineate with the growth and usage of social media platforms that we delineate the type of conduct and behavior that is respectable and responsible of those that represent us. And we wanted to review what we have in place, but also add language regarding not just civility, but also add clarity in terms of what the consequences will be if certain conduct does not violates these items. It's important to highlight conduct during conferences, trainings, official events, and as I said, the amendment considerations in regards to the standards of conduct representing the city, but also on and off of social media as well. Anybody have any?
Yes, well, you already are familiar with this. We have the censure process. You went through this. You censured me. I mean, what else do you want close of? I don't think this council, by charter, can get rid of one of us. I think the greatest tool we have, if any of us feels that the conduct of one of our colleagues has somehow crossed some threshold, is censure. So I don't know how else we can modify our code of conduct. I understand that for commissioners, we already have a system in place. Correct me, City Manager, if I'm wrong, but there's something in the charter that gives us the power to eliminate a commissioner. So that's already there. I don't know if you want to review the language of that. But regarding to members of council and city commissions, committees, and boards, I think we already have those processes in place. But I don't know if you had specific suggestions.
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, well, no, and if I may, Councilmember Pemberton, I want to specifically add language in the standards of conduct, specifically also related to social media. This, again, because as public officials, we have our own social media political pages, but also members of the community and commissioners, public committee members, and individuals that we vote on. I want to make sure that any type of conduct that is, whether it's posting or sharing or amplifying content, that promotes violence, threats, intimidation, or harassment. This includes discriminatory, hateful, or demeaning language directed at us as the council, as well as city. Again, we are protectors and defenders of First Amendment, but anytime an individual that is voted by this council violates codes of conduct in relation to that, I think it needs to be added and it needs to be spelled out so that there's no it's not ambiguous whether they are violating the standard of conduct. And Councilmember Pemberton, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Last council meeting, I brought up that we discuss the code of ethics due to some of the actions of a Public Works Committee member. And so as we looked into the code of ethics for things that a person had done, there really wasn't any, let's just say, teeth or consequence for certain things, nor did we have in our code of conduct items that would talk about the certain items that are not allowed. I looked online for procedures for enforcement of the Code of Ethics because we didn't have anything in there. And a Code of Ethics here in general with this company, ICMA, creates a bond with members in shared commitment of ethical conduct with the Code's core principles to uphold commitment to the value of public service, honesty, integrity, political neutrality, seeking no personal gain as a result of the position held. And it also goes on to state when allegations of unethical conduct by public officials go unaddressed, and this can undermine the public's trust in local government and harm the reputation of the profession. A critical element is maintaining ethics to hold members accountable for their conduct. And when members raise ethical concerns, immediate action should be taken. And again, I had mentioned last week one of the Public Works Committee members, Ms. Rivera, had a number of issues, situations that had been done, which warrant us discussing that we need to have a resolution for that position if they are not adhering to it. And again, as background information, for example, this individual had made shirts last year unauthorized. This was Public Works Committee member Lizette Rivera. We had unauthorized city logo emblem and incorrect position under this shirt, wearing pictures, wearing the self-made shirts that I then also reported to the city manager to reach out that you cannot do that. A resident even received a New Year's postcard made by Ms. Rivera with our city's name in the body on the back side of it, stating again, committee, Public Works Commission. And, I have copies of things that people had given me over time. Another one, unauthorized business cards were made, and that was attached to a Neighborhood Watch flyer, and it wasn't a Downey event. So these were continual incidents by a committee member that required the city manager's attention. And then a letter went out in January making business cards and making business cards or apparel using our city logo. Is the individuals were to refrain from these types of actions. And here in our code of conduct, it doesn't specifically state that, which now we should be making verbiage for that you cannot do that on your own. And so even after receiving the letter in January, all council members, committee members and commissioners asked to refrain from using that. Again, this individual last month then was again handing out the same self-made business card representing her capacity and an appointment as a commissioner, not a committee member. So that's the background why I brought it forth last week to talk about the conducts and misrepresenting a position, not being able to use city logo and printing it ourselves unless it has the authority of our city. And so, but needless to say, after this statement was made 2 weeks ago, in 48 hours after our last council meeting, I and other council members received a resignation letter from Ms. Rivera, so no action can be taken on that. So that's a moot issue. However, we can certainly make sure that the Code of Ethics and Conduct has clear language for actions done at this nature. And I had suggested in looking at some of this other material of other general Code of Conducts, what they can do. I might suggest saying that appointed commissioners or committee members are not allowed to use the city logo on personal apparel, business cards, mailings, or hold personal individual meetings as a representative of the city. Individuals must consult with and have approval of the city manager if it's unclear. And then violations of any of these actions can result in removal from office by either the board they represent or city council. Removal from office will also disqualify the individual from any future appointments. The appointment of each individual is to uphold integrity and public trust. Violations occur when elected officials or appointed members fail to meet these standards in public when representing the city of Downey. And a lot of cities are having turmoil and different issues in how they represent the city. I want to make it very clear that we take a certain position on how the person should be conducting business. This is an appointed position. They represent the city, and it should be clarity that it's no personal gain, not undoing things for any benefit of what they might gain. And so just put that dialogue incorporated into our Code of Ethics.
Thank you, Councilmember Pemberton. I also would like to add the conduct during conferences, trainings, and official events. And this section needs to apply when members of our committees, of our commissions, and also members of this council, when attendance to conferences, trainings, and meetings that are sponsored by the city, that are paid for in whole or in part with public funds, the attendees that are in an official capacity, the expected conduct of these members should be professional conduct and not engage in conduct that harasses, intimidates, or discriminates against others, including members of their own council, causes disruptions at official functions, or creates reputational harm to the colleague and or the city they are representing, violates conference codes of conduct or applicable laws. Again, I think this is important, and also adding a section on reporting misconduct. Members who experience or observe serious misconduct during official events and or conferences paid for in part or in whole with city funds need to be reported and have established city procedures, including to the city manager, the city attorney. We don't have an ethics officer, but it is important as a council that we not only hold ourselves accountable, but we have a commitment to civility. And when we don't delineate these expectations, there's got to be a formal complaint and an enforcement process, as well as a disciplinary action, because we have seen over the past year conduct that has put not just reputational harm of the city, but some of us on this council. And the Code of Ethics and Conduct needs to spell these out very clearly so that there's no ambiguity as to what is expected of us.
So I came into this office because I want to make some good for our community. I really care. I want to make some change. Put aside all the politics. I really just want to make some, really want to be there for my community. It is my belief that we do have those guardrails in place. Councilwoman Pemberton mentioned last week that she wanted to remove Public Works Commissioner Lisa Rivera. We censured one of our colleagues. And we have all that in place already. So it is my belief that we are airing politics, our internal conflicts, and it's not something I personally like. I've never liked it. I think that's some things that we need to handle behind the scenes, and it makes residents want to hear things that we want to change, which is streetlights, roads, business, and frankly, I believe it makes staff very uncomfortable to hear all these things that we're talking about. I was a planning commissioner and I had shirts made. I made shirts for all my committee members. I had a nice Christmas dinner, invited all my commissioners. I gave them a nice shirt that had their name and the committee member, the committees they were part of it, and that's just who I am. And I remember when I was a planning commissioner, I had a planning commissioner sweater and nobody told me anything. And here we are. It seems to me it's politics. Again, I'm saying it again, and I have to say it, and we need to have tough conversations. We're bringing politics all over again to our community. We have all the guardrails available at our disposal. We censured our colleague. Our Councilwoman Pemberton wanted to remove a committee member. She resigned.
Well, I wanted to discuss it.
Discuss it.
Okay, I wasn't resigning. But again, it's the language that is not in the ethics, like our mayor says, to clearly spell it out. It doesn't say that you can't use our city logo. It doesn't say you can't use a business card, make your own. So we want to say that.
But we did. What, right after, a couple months ago, we sent out a letter, and I know Roger, our city manager, sent out a letter to all the community members, and apparently she did not listen, and the next step was for a discussion to remove said person from her position, and that's the steps that we need to take. So I just feel like we're coming here to discuss something that, for me, is centered around politics. Welcome to election season. But it's not something I personally want to discuss or bring forward in such important forum, which is discussing what the future of our city is. So I just don't fathom that discussion.
Well, thank you, MPT Ortiz. Your comments are valid. As I mentioned earlier, and as Councilmember Pemberton indicated, the guardrails are in place, but we need to, from time to time, as any city or any organization, we look at policies that have been established. This particular policy was established, the Code of Conduct, was established in 2021. And it's 5 years later, we need to revise it because the increase of social media usage has exploded. And it's not about bringing politics, it's about holding each other, but also establishing these protocols of what the expectation of conduct is. And in the current Code of Ethics, it doesn't spell out these specific to conferences, specific to social media usage, specific to committee members making their own business cards. It doesn't spell it out. And again, people may think that is within their purview or that is within the framework of, as people get sworn in and as individuals come into the different committees, it is important. The same way we are having discussions about our general plan, these are things that people in our community respect, that as a council, we are reestablishing and amending, adding language that is protection for all of us.
You finished, Madam Mayor? I wanted to say some comments.
Yes, Council Member.
Thank you. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz. I think we're letting politics come into these chambers a lot. I think, Councilwoman Pemberton, I actually like the fact that you're bringing up the business cards. I talked to Roger about this. Other cities, I think it's Bell Gardens, they actually give their committee members or commission members business cards and shirts. There are issues with our commission members, and we hear of it. There's frustration. Our commission members feel like, why are we even here? And I tell them, well, it's an advisory role, right? If you have any ideas, let me know. We'll try to work on those, and we try to give them some incentives because they're doing it for free. And I'm glad we recognize that they do represent us. We choose people, hopefully, carefully. I'll tell you, Horacio and I are probably from the same school because after we won our elections, we made it a point to work across the aisle. I appointed Dorothy Pemberton to be my Public Works Commissioner at first because I wanted to show that I was going to be, for everyone. The campaign was over, let's move on. You appointed Janet Jancek after they wrote that horrible letter to the Republican Party and they named us. You went and asked her to be your commissioner. Talk about reaching over the aisle after they badmouthed us, right? Me and you remember that letter? And they even threw in former Mayor Guerra. I'll tell you, nobody had a problem when Luis Morales wore the shirt, Mario Guerra. The biggest offender, if you will, of the R logo is former mayor, two-time Mario Guerra. He made his own sign, the mayor's corner. The city took it down. He put it back up. Then his good friend, Mayor Rick Rodriguez, came to the council, the correct thing to do, and they approved it. But he uses the logo in his podcast. We see not one word about Mario Guerra, not one word about Horacio Ortiz or Gil Legaspi. They all made their own shirts. But here comes Ms. Rivera, and we all know we have an election coming. I think that's so hypocritical. That's so hypocritical because you've never once spoken about other people, but now Ms. Rivera is coming. So sure, let's go ahead and talk about business cards. I'm okay. You guys don't... No business cards for commissioners. Let's add that language. I think that's good. We need that clarification. They shouldn't be making their own shirts. Sure, let's add that language. But we just lost a commissioner that was my hardest working commissioner. Not once did you invite me to walk a street that you wanted fixed or something. Let me tell you, Ms. Rivera and Roger will attest to this. She wanted so many things fixed, particularly in the 4th District, that was in decay. And she resigned because she was out there trying to promote information about our homeless program. Okay? Her personal gain, I don't know what it was, but she printed the stuff at her own dime. So yeah, we should talk about the use of the logo and make it clear. I agree. But let's also remember why we're here. It's because of the hypocrisy, the politics that's coming into here, and that's sad. Because if you really have the best interest of this city at heart, let me tell you, Ms. Rivera and I were totally odds on the Gascon matter. I think she was the chair of the recall, of the Downey Recall Gascon campaign. But I saw beyond that, and I appointed her. We're politically very different, but I appointed her because she wanted to do the work, and she showed me she could do the work. So it's sad that we lost. She was frustrated. Yeah, it was a personal attack, clearly. But sure, I mean, let's use that opportunity to clarify all this so that we don't have the inappropriate use of our logo. But I do want to point out just the hypocrisy of how we've gotten here. And I hope that in the future, we do a better job of trying to keep politics outside the doors of this chamber, particularly now.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I think that the first 2 meetings in January, it's not about hypocrisy, Councilmember Sosa. You invited, Trujillo. You invited politics into our council chambers in January. But that's the reason we're here is to amend this Code of Conduct and Ethics. And if there's nobody else that has any comments or questions?
I just want to respond that when I was Public Works Committee member for Councilman Trujillo, we did speak. I did tell them about the lighting project and that how people had to pay for their own lighting. So we did work together on a number of issues and made it very clear. And so when I realized that when I was on as a commissioner and a committee member, 2 different areas, I did have shirts. I found out that no shirts were given. I asked that all commissions, all planning commissions, committee members would have shirts, and our city manager did that. He made it across the board so nobody would uniquely stand out.
And I do have to mention something for the council and perhaps for the record. This was a problem that became, the commissioner's shirts actually became a problem probably about 15 years ago. And because there were committee members and commissioners that were overusing those type of shirts. They were giving themselves more authority without their council knowing what it is that we're doing. And the city decided to do away with shirts. That was about 15 years ago, maybe a little more than that. We have wanted our committee members and our commissioners to, we have wanted to provide them those shirts. And again, it's not just about a shirt or a logo. I want to make sure that this conversation, and it's not about politics. If those of you that were here in January tell me that this conversation is because of politics, you all have to be true to yourselves, because what we are trying to do is represent our community in a nonpartisan seat without pointing to each other how we vote or when we vote. This is because we're here for the residents on infrastructure, on economic community development. But when members of this council and Councilmember Trujillo, this code of conduct, when we traveled in July, when I was president of NALEO, you traveled on the city's dime with a purpose to harass and intimidate me because I was one vote of the majority regarding the neutral flag policy. And you made it your mission over the past 2 years to harass and attack and intimidate. So I think it's important, while we have, and we could have brought the censure then, I wanted to reach across the aisle and say, we will not discuss that. because of public funds that were used on the city's dime to travel and disrupt a national convening that had nothing to do with a local matter. And you continue to do that. You continued your harassment, your bullying, and your intimidation. That is conduct that is unbecoming of a council member. So you can sit here and you can say that you reach across the aisle and you're advocating for a committee member that violated those rules of conduct. As individuals, we have had conversations behind closed doors, and I have made it a point to be respectable and respectful to you without pointing to certain differences. But the fact that you chose to humiliate and bring about bad light, not only to the city of Downey, but to myself at a national convening while you were wearing your city of Downey apparel is beyond preposterous. And I want to say that we need these type of items delineated. Councilmember Ortiz, and you were there. You were witness to what occurred at a national convening. I think this is important because as we move forward and as we get new council members to this chambers, you need to. No. You need to. Let me finish. Yes, I just want to make sure. Just a minute. I just want to make sure that a code of conduct delineates what is expected of us. That because we have differences of opinion and differences of voting, that we don't utilize then our platform and our different associations with groups to bring shame and harassment to our own council in our own city. I think this is important. And this is a conversation that needed to be had 6 months ago. And as you said, MPT Ortiz, while the staff may feel very uncomfortable, if Councilmember Trujillo had not done what he did, if his committee member had not done what she did, we would not be here. But these are violations to how we are supposed to act in and off of council. If we want to be not elected officials, great. But these are the positions we hold. And you were there. What I'm saying is you were witnessed to what occurred last year. So please don't say we're here and we bring in politics. Well, unfortunately, politics was brought into this council, right?
Yes, may I respond now? Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, actually, I think he's next.
Yes.
Did you want to respond?
I just want to say I was the sentiment that I was there as a witness. I was there. I went to learn a lot of things. I brought things back. I spoke to Councilwoman Pemberton. I spoke to then Mayor Hector Sosa of things that I learned and what I think could be better and not be better. I was there to get something out of the conference, hence why I'm bringing back forth information about travel reimbursement and all those things so we can really discuss what are the purposes for those.
Should we discuss traveling on the taxpayer's dime to harass a council member?
Sure.
And should we discuss then?
That is something that I'm bringing back
take a vote to have Councilmember Trujillo reimburse the city for the NALEO conference and hotel and airfare and registration because of your intention to intimidate and harass the president of the organization?
I'm glad you're no longer NALEO. I think we accomplished our mission that we set out to do. You are one of the worst leaders NALEO has ever had. You paralyzed the National Association.
We're not.
Excuse me. No.
Nope.
Sat there.
We're not going to.
Listen.
Nope.
I'm going to respond because I'm tired of this woman. You could cry me a river, Madam Mayor, with your fallacy. We all get death threats, but we don't call KTLA.
We're going to go ahead and take a recess now.
No, you can take a recess. I'm done with this hypocrisy. You were the most hypocritical, unpopular mayor the city has ever had, and you can't take it. You can't take it. Everything we do now in this city, we could be talking about the World Cup, and the comments are all horrible because of you, because you're in that position. You signed up for this.
we will resume the last item on this agenda. Anybody else have any thoughts, comments?
I just
Yes,
have a couple-
Councilmember Sosa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a couple of questions. So what is the current policy on shirts, shirts with city logos and also business cards for commissioners and committee members?
Currently, we do not provide business cards for any commissions or committees. We do provide a shirt, one shirt for each person that's on a committee or a commission.
So business cards, they're not provided to committee members and commissioners?
They are not provided, no.
Okay. And I understand someone made their own business cards. Was there some type of cease and desist sent out, or?
A letter was given to all commission and committee members saying that that was not a allowable action.
Okay.
Yeah, again, I just want to include in the Code of Ethics to update it, to have certain language that spells it out explicitly, what is not allowed, and if there's any questions, to come to the city manager. This is a good start to the Code of Ethics, and maybe that was fine back when it was done in 2021, but I believe it needs to have another paragraph, that what is not allowed and what could happen, you know, if you continue to violate, like after the January letter, you know, you didn't stop doing what you weren't supposed to do. And so let's just add language, what is not allowed, and or what will be given, or something to that effect, and not using it for your own personal use or businesses or things like that.
If I can just add one comment about a point of process, and just for sake of completeness, for the sake of, or for purposes of the discussion tonight, the Downey Municipal Code already does provide a provision, section 2959.02, making it not legal to use the city's marks or logo in an unauthorized way, except without permission, that is from the city manager. So that is the general overlay of things already. It certainly is within the council's purview to delineate something in more detail if it wishes in the Code of Conduct. And in that respect, the Code of Conduct really is a statement of behaviors, if you will, to be expected by colleagues, rather than a rules-based statement with punitive actions contained within it. The Code of Conduct is a self-enforcing document, meaning that the council ensures its compliance and takes steps to ensure its compliance. It does so typically, or legislative body typically ensures compliance with the Code of Ethics by the imposition of various sanctions, such as those have been mentioned tonight, including censure and the potential removal of commissioners or members of committees, boards, and commissions under our charter, Section 902. Commissioners are subject to appointment and removal by a majority of the council, for example. And so those are actions that exist that that the council can use to enforce the standards that are delineated and expressed in the Code of Conduct. Again, it's a statement of behaviors that are to be demonstrated and to be expected by colleagues as a general principle. So if it is the council's purview tonight to amend the code in any respect, staff would just ask that the council be very specific in terms of how it would like the document to be amended so that it can return with any statement, you know, that is faithful to what a consensus of the council desires.
Thank you, City Attorney Funk. This also, would you speak to social media usage and
well, I think that you had said it earlier, Mayor, expressed the intent behind any amendment, potential amendment of the Code of Ethics. It would be to update it, for example, in the face of certain technology that has come about, including social media. I think that was one of the reasons why you had opened the discussion. I will say that the Code of Conduct has some general broad-based principles that are already there, that if it's the council's pleasure tonight, it can certainly be more granular about certain things like that. But that certainly is, one reason the council may wish to revisit, the Code of Ethics and update or modernize it if it so chooses.
City Attorney Funk, thank you for that. Is it possible for us to just look at more granular options on the Code of Conduct, and can we just move on?
Yes, it is.
Let's move on from this topic already.
Well, I would like to bring up the fact that, for example, allegations were made against Ms. Rivera that she continued to pass out the card, something she denies. I think there needs to be a due process clause somewhere where if allegations are made against a commissioner or committee member, they should be able to present some sort of defense, to be heard, similar to like the censure policy. Well, we actually don't have a censure policy, but I was given an opportunity to respond. I just think people need to be given opportunities to respond. And also we need to talk about, for example, I understand that the mayor blocks certain people on her mayor page. And so I don't know if
That is inaccurate. That is inaccurate.
See, Madam Mayor, it is unfair that you get to speak, we're trying to be respectful, and then when it's my turn, you want to take a break. So do you want something to say? Because I would like my time. I came back because I'm not going to let you deny my time because I represent people from Downey. I was elected citywide, unlike you in your corner of the universe. And when I travel and I protest, it's because I'm doing something for my constituents. So we need to talk about the social media use. Apparently, we're not supposed to block people. So let's include that in the policy. That's all. Thank you.
We are going to, I will make a motion to amend the Code of Conduct and Ethics and bring back more granular options regarding the usage, the fraudulent use of unauthorized business cards, apparel, as well as social media usage.
Second.
Please vote.
Mayor, just
yes,
for
City Attorney.
purposes of clarity, I understand your motion is for staff to bring back more granular language regarding the unauthorized use of business cards and apparel. With respect to social media, is there anything more specific that you are looking for staff to come back with?
Well,
yes.
I had kind of prepared a few items in here.
Councilmember
Okay, so let me
Pemberton.
just revisit this again. And again, it was kind of based on what's happened already. Appointed commissioners or committee members are not allowed to use the city logo on personal apparel, business cards, mailings, or hold personal individual meetings as a representative of the city. Individuals must consult with and have approval of the city manager if it is unclear. Then we might have that social media aspect as well that you were.
Well, what I wanted to do is also include language, refrain from posting, sharing, endorsing, or amplifying content that promotes violence, threats, intimidation, or harassment. Includes discriminatory, hateful, or demeaning language directed at an individual or groups. This undermines public confidence through knowingly false or misleading statements. Did we get that?
Did that second still stand? With that clarification?
I'll withdraw my second. I'm having issues with the ambiguity of the language. I find it to be quite vague, and I'm a little hesitant. So I'll withdraw my second just because of the social media. If you guys want to clarify that, or someone else could second it.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, please vote.
Are we voting on that? We're voting to bring it back?
That's my understanding. John, you want to clarify?
My understanding, as the mayor made the motion, and it was seconded by Councilmember Pemberton, was to provide direction to staff to bring back more granular language regarding 3 points. The first is regarding the unauthorized use of business cards containing the city logo and other similar marks. Number 2, a prohibition or a guideline or the expectation that commissioners not wear apparel using the city logo or any logo that's not authorized by the city for use. And number 3, language regarding social media that promotes violence, harassment, and other abusive conduct. Those are the 3 points I think that the mayor's motion called for staff to come back with language addressing those 3 topics. I would just ask, too, to make it clear in the motion that if the motion would include the code of conduct for both commissioners and council members. As you know, there are 2 code of conducts right now. They are substantively identical, but they all one code, if you will, applies to members of committees, boards, and commission, and the other code applies to council members. So I think it would be helpful to clarify whether those proposed amendments would be incorporated into both those codes.
Understood. Thank you.
Those will be incorporated into both. And for the record, I do want to state, and I want the record to reflect Councilmember Trujillo's constant attacks on this dais against myself, and language invoking continued bullying and harassment on and off of the dais, including social media, cannot continue to be tolerated. So I want the record to reflect.
You can resign, Madam Mayor. You would do the city a service.
Your continued attacks are not welcome.
The truth
Thank
is
you.
the truth is a defense to defamation.
I will now.
Okay, that was a first and a second. Can we vote?
Yes. And was the second include the modification to include both the proposed amendments into both codes? Whoever made the second, I believe it was
Pemberton, Councilmember Pemberton made
Yes,
it.
to be consistent.
All right.
The motion is approved with Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz abstaining.
Thank you. Now, finally, it is the city council member announcements, requests for future agenda items, conference meeting reports. MPT Ortiz?
So I attended a couple of events. I know Austin did a Funbox video. I tried to one-up you, but it didn't work out, but it was a great video. Funbox is a really good place to take your kids. I took my niece and nephew, my family. It's a lot of fun. I have a couple free tickets, so if anybody wants to provide, I'll give you some, Madam Mayor, some free tickets for your family. I attended a 4th annual Columbus High School Scholarship Award, and also the Kiwanis Scholarship, where we awarded 140,000 scholarships, or sorry, $140,000 worth of scholarships.
When you say we, you mean the Kiwanis Foundation?
The Kiwanis Foundation. Well, I would say I'm a proud Kiwanis, and I'm sure you are.
Yes,
you are.
I just
So
want to clarify for the record.
So it was a fun event, and the stories that the students had, and it was a very rewarding night to hear where they're going to school, and it brought me back to when I went to college. And I mean, not a lot of people know this, but when I went to college, I didn't. My parents didn't. They supported me, but I had to pay for my own college. So any dollar really helped out, and to hear the amount that those students had, it was a good night. It brought me back to those memories of when I went to college. I also went to the Amistad Gala. Congratulations, Councilwoman Dorothy. I know you're in the board or committee.
I am on the board.
Oh, you're on the board and committee. So I just want to say congratulations to both of you. It was a fun event, and I also want to wish. I know it was said earlier, a happy Mother's Day to all the mothers, Madam Mayor, Dorothy, and all the mothers and the staff. I just want to say happy Mother's Day to all of you guys. I do have a couple requests. I know I mentioned earlier and I misspoke, but we do have 16 smoke shops in Downey, 6 of which are in my district. And I've been talking to Roger a couple issues that a couple of my residents have brought up, and I'm glad that one of the residents, brought up to this afternoon, and I want to see if I can get a second for us to look into adding nitrous oxide, and City Manager Bradley, if you can help me correct home to our tobacco ordinance and prohibit the sales of these items in our tobacco shops. We brought up an ordinance to limit tobacco shops within areas of kids. So I'm hoping I can get a second for that.
Second.
Thank you. I also want to see, I know we have an arts and public place funds, and when I went to Columbus High School, and I know Dr. Ortiz came up to speak about the kids at Columbus High School and how much they've endured and how much they worked hard for their graduation. I know we have a cool mural that has Downey and Warren, and we always give a lot of love to them. And I also want to give love to Columbus High School. I don't know if we can collaborate with Columbus High School and the school, so we can add a mural. I've been advocating for a mural and maybe Golden Park, and bringing the kids together so they can do this for Columbus High School so they can get some love as well. So I'm hoping I can get a second for that.
Second.
And lastly, I don't know if we've been discussing, I know we're getting a big renovation in our Space Center, and driving around, parking is going to be a big issue. I don't know if we can start looking into what the future is going to hold all that big traffic in that area. If we can, I know some things we're discussing for a future item, or the parking around that area, if we can change a little bit.
Parking around the Space Center?
The Space Center, yes.
So you would like to have a conversation on the parking issue, just the parking situation around the Space Center?
On the parking issue, if I may, MPT, I believe we had, I don't know if I was talking to about the possibility of converting parking on the one side to be 90-degree angles. I don't know if we could fit more cars like that. With the expansion coming in, I don't know how we accommodated for so much more traffic and parking.
And a couple years ago, the center aisle by Discovery, we discussed to put angle parking there, but if we have buses that come through there, we have to know if the correct spacing, if we change that, but it could kind of make more spots if we kind of put parking on that side. I know for softball, we needed more spots, but
maybe just a conversation for a future.
I know, I would think that the plan for the expansion was taking that into account of.
So the plan does not include any additional parking for the building itself, but we can come back and talk about the parking in general in that area and see what options might be available, or at least express why it is the current way it is.
Yes.
So I think I heard a second.
Second.
Yeah. I don't know if an addition to or an expansion of the parking structure, or an addition of some sort of parking structure, I mean, obviously it's going to be very expensive, but something we might consider.
But we don't have a parking structure.
I'm saying adding one for the Space Center. But it's probably going to be millions.
We can let you know kind of what that ballpark would be cost-wise. So.
And if we have the room.
Correct.
Okay.
That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Sosa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Speaking of the Space Center, I'd like to see the feasibility and options on promoting the Space Center and the expansion of the Space Center at all city facilities, wherever possible. I know we have pictures on display here, and I believe of Apollo Park, but I think if we do that at all facilities, if it's feasible, and then also add maybe a paragraph, just a summary, just to help promote the Space Center and the expansion.
Yeah, you're timely. We actually are working on that. So. Yes,
oh wow!
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Very efficient. Thank you.
We aim to please.
Also, I remember last year I requested a couple of traffic studies around the Paramount and Gardendale intersection, and I know they were included in an overall city traffic study.
That's correct.
Can I get the information on that specifically?
Yeah, happy to do that.
Thank you. Do I have to get a second on that, or no?
No, well, we have that information, and we'll be happy to provide that to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is that it, Councilmember
That's it.
Sosa?
That concludes my comments.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Pemberton.
Columbus, we three of us attended on that. That was really rewarding to see those students get that scholarship there, and the first time at the Downey Theater. Amistad was a good success, and thank you both for attending. And then I'll mention the Special Needs Awareness and Resource Fair at Apollo Park last Saturday. There were a lot of people out there, the athletes, as I say, they had basketball tournaments, about 15 teams were in line. They were so excited, and there was a lady, a girl that was, I had to look up to her, and we did high fives, and they're special. They're very excited about doing this and us supporting them. So thank you, Jason, and the team, and Monica for everything, for putting that together. The street fair was held this weekend, hosted by the Downey Chamber of Commerce, and I see Michael Calvo, president, is still there. We had great weather. We ordered the weather for you. It wasn't 105, right? And I think it was a huge car show. Loved the car show. Good attendance, and it was a little bit later in the evening. Some of us made it early and not able to in the evening, but thank you for doing that. And then also I attended here, along with my colleague here, Councilmember Trujillo, the Community and Family Guidance Center. They held a fundraiser in Lakewood, and they provide crisis intervention, counseling service, and support for children and youth, as well as mental health services and prevention. Downey is one of the largest client bases that they service from 10 surrounding cities. And there's actually a facility by Warren High on Phlox in Paramount. They have a building there, so I was glad to support that. And for the, just to mention on our consent calendar, I want to mention that the city has completed many paving projects which make our city look great, namely around the completion of Downey Avenue, the Barbara Riley parking lot, and some South Alley at Wilderness Park. Those are all done. They are good improvements. Thank you for our Public Works director on that. Also, the post office, as you know, is nice. So we have put in a lot of money, millions, to have that done, and we see the improvement. I think the police chief with their staff, I see more patrolling. Maybe I'm looking for them, but there he was with on a motor officer. I was doing my speed limit, but thank you for the radar detector on Old River School Road. We need to let our public see the police in action so that they can kind of curtail themselves. And we'll work on trying to get any kind of radar signs that kind of show your speed. And lastly, I know it's early, but we celebrated in the back. Happy birthday to Councilman Ortiz next week, May 20th. Everyone who's on his social media, May 20th, mark it on your calendars, and give him a big happy birthday shout out. He's wonderful to work with. So
thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Pemberton. Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes, happy birthday, Horacio. You're doing an amazing job. You're the future of the city. Please continue to just stay in the middle. Get along with everybody. It's just easier that way. Please vote. Ballots have dropped. No matter who you want to vote for, just vote. As the mayor says, engaged communities make good communities, and one of the best ways to become engaged is to vote. So please look for your ballot. We have the drop-off box right in front of City Hall. In honor of Police Week, I want to congratulate my nephew, Eric Oliva. Eric is a proud Marine. After the Marines, he came to live here with us in Downey. He was a resident of Downey, and effective yesterday, he's now Officer Eric Oliva. It's my brother's son, Fremont Police Department, where I also have my other nephew, who's now a sergeant, Sergeant Anthony Pio. So may God bless my family members and every member of law enforcement. And congratulations, speaking of law enforcement, to longtime Downey resident Jerry Verdugo, Corporal Verdugo from Santa Ana Police Department, successfully retired. We wish him the best in his retirement. Congratulations, Jerry. I represented the city at the Consul General, which is the equivalent of the Mexican ambassador for Mexico, at his beautiful residence, the Cinco de Mayo. It was a great celebration. Congratulations to Casa Brunch, right across the street from Cinemark. They had their red ribbon cutting. It's a music vibe, lively concept. Congratulations to Mr. Vizcarra and the family. I also attended the State of County. Our supervisor gave her State of County address. This was put on by the San Pedro Chamber. Thank you for that invitation. The Youth Academy, I think we mentioned it, but congratulations to the youth who graduated. Please consider a career in law enforcement. Mr. Menudo, congratulations. They had their first sit-down restaurant in Downey. They've done so well that now they expanded. They opened up in West Covina. We had an opportunity to attend their grand opening in West Covina. Good luck to them. Pastor Art, the Calvary Chapel, thank you for a great National Day of Prayer. I always say that Downey is a city of faith. We have 53 churches in 12.5 square foot miles. I absolutely believe in prayer, whether you define it as meditation or as hypnosis. Please take some time to just be present with yourself, your spirit, your God, and pray. Some items that would like the council to consider, similar to the Pulse of Life, which is an item that we provide to domestic violence, that there's a qualification process, and if they're given this item, they can push a button and police appear. They don't have to make a call. This is for Alzheimer's patients. I understand there's some cities that are issuing bracelets. If you have a loved one, a member in your Downey household, and this would be a cost to us, we would provide them with a bracelet that's recorded at the police department, is how I understand it. And then if they're lost, like there's a GPS thing that we can locate them and try to find out where they're at. So I was hoping I could get a second so we could consider and look at what the cost would be.
A second.
Thank you. Flat roofs, modern homes seem to be coming into Downey, and I know we've had a couple of issues, and I want to thank Irma for really explaining the limitations when you're just trying to follow policy. And I appreciate sometimes the frustration that you must hear from us when we think, why is a beautiful modern house not coming in? And explain to me that, well, the character of the neighborhood, we have to have certain percentages with flat roofs. I would like for us to make it easier for staff to just simply approve. Staff, we trust staff to make those determinations of whether that house, how they want to build it, would be a good fit with the character of the neighborhood, knowing that people seem to want to go more modern. And I think that'll translate into an increase in property values. So I want us to reconsider where we're at with flat roof homes. I don't know if it needs to be a change in I imagine perhaps an ordinance, but just like we did where now we're giving staff more power to approve things at the desk, I would like for us to consider giving staff more power when it comes to flat roofs. Can I have a second?
For the flat roofs, so you're trying to change?
I want the council to consider. So this would be a proposal. I'm looking for staff to come to future council with a proposal of giving them a little more power on approving at the desk modern homes. Instead of it having.
I thought we already had that.
Roof issue, and I wasn't sure.
Did we? We might have, Councilwoman.
In design.
Yes, City Manager. The flat roofs are regulated by the city's adopted residential design guidelines and the Downey Municipal Code. Both are adopted by the City Council, and so the limitations on flat roofs homes live in both documents. So any direction to deviate from that would require council direction, and then it would have to be followed through a comprehensive update of the residential design guidelines and also an amendment to the residential section of the development code that regulates flat roofs.
So I understand that it would need changes, right? And obviously there's always times when we look at everything and we consider these changes. So I'm not saying they have to be made now, but it just seems overly cumbersome for residents who have a beautiful design that happens to have a flat roof to have to come to Planning Commission for an approval of that. I think something like that, we should trust our staff to approve. So I would like to revisit those. And for the council to consider. And of course, we would need staff recommendation. You may decide, no, it's probably best that we keep it this way. But I would like to hear from staff if you think you would benefit in terms of making the process easier if we made it easier for you.
We can do that if there's a will of the council.
No second? Okay. And then I wanted to see On the Jerry Wetstein playground, did we need any further action by council? I believe it needs to come to us to consider, right? Is that going to be coming, or is it something I need a second on? This is for the Kiwanis Foundation. Yeah, it's a foundation that was giving money. I was hoping that we would consider as a council naming the playground after Mr. Jerry Wetstein. Do we need to do anything?
I think I shared. I got to go back and look and see about the.
There already was a motion and a second on that.
So is it approved?
A couple of months ago. I think
The action that was asked is for staff to explore the item. And past practice, the city has given the renaming to sites for primarily past council members. There hasn't been a practice for outside of that, so the conversation would probably be bringing back a policy to the council of outlining what renaming of any of the city facilities would be, who would be eligible, and what are the criteria for that. So that would probably be the next step in determining that.
Can I have a second for that, for staff to do that?
I think they already are. Right?
I think we have that direction.
We need
already.
direction from council. Right now, there's just past practice that it's only been for city former council members, depending on some of the actions they have taken. But there's no formal policy in place now, so we would need direction from council of what they would like us to do.
We got that at the last meeting. We'll bring it back to council.
Okay, so we'll come back to council. Thank you. Let me see. That's just the last thing. I want to express my appreciation to Public Works Committee member Lisette Rivera for her hard work, dedication, and exceptional service to our city. Through her years, she has consistently shown strong leadership, compassion, and a deep commitment to improving the lives of those she serves. Her efforts had a meaningful and lasting impact on our community, and her dedication has not gone unnoticed. Thank you for your service and for being one of the best Public Works Committee members our city has ever had. Our community truly appreciates your hard work and dedication. Thank you. That's all, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Trujillo. Once again, just want to say happy belated Mother's Day to all. I also want to say happy birthday to my husband of nearly 30 years, who's at home. Happy birthday to him. And I do want to mention, I had the opportunity as a voting delegate for the City of Downey for the Southern California Association of Governments. I attended their annual meeting in conference last week, and I was not able to attend some of the local events for that reason. But we voted on important regional policies, and this is related to our transportation, regional transportation management plans that are that are underway for the Olympics in LA in 2028. We also voted on the budget for next year, and we had the opportunity to tour a local farm in the desert, and the tremendous work they are doing servicing about 24 school districts with local, with their farming, vegetables and fruits. I also had an opportunity with members of the regional council to visit Coachella Valley Link, and that is a stretch of bike path that stretches through several cities in the Coachella Valley. And again, when we look at improving transportation and providing our community residents with clean transportation mechanisms, their bikes and in other modes, that is important. I would like to ask, and again, I'm still having significant light sensitivity. I do have these sunglasses on. And thank you to the council for continuing to represent our city in various events. I am sometimes limited in terms of the number of events I can attend because of my health. And I would like to ask a couple of things of staff. Well, I want to thank Public Works Director Matt Baumgartner for taping that video with me and letting our residents know what we're doing with the millions that we're investing back in our streets. I do want to ask staff and to look at in that little quadrant of south of Florence, east of Lakewood and west of Woodruff. There are some streets that have been recently paved, and some residents were asking if the condition of those paved streets was the final. I know in probably last year, the year before, we had some issues with some bumpy streets in some areas. So we want to make sure that the contractor that we're using is repaving the streets to our standard. I also want to thank Irma. I think some of you saw the video, our Director of Community Development. We talked about the process that the oldest McDonald's Arch went through. It took a good year and a half, but we wanted to make sure that staff met with historical preservationists to ensure that the color and all of those things were right in line with what the restoration of that beautiful sign called for. Sometimes things take a little time, and I am thankful to this council and the staff for continuing to work hard on behalf of our residents. I spoke about earlier this evening the Coyote neighborhood, town hall. I know we had one several years ago, and perhaps is an opportunity to bring the wildlife fishing game people to come and give some instruction and some education as to what we can and cannot do in regards to coyotes. I think we talked about that during our last neighborhood block captain meeting. I would also, being that is the 250th birthday of our country, I would like to see if we can have banners across Firestone Boulevard. I think Councilmember Pemberton, we floated that idea some weeks back to mark the America's 250th birthday. And also look into maybe on Thursday, July 2nd, or Friday, July 3rd, doing some type of community event to mark the 250th anniversary.
We are actually, as part of these concerts in the park, doing 250th anniversary celebrations. I know staff is pretty maxed at this time to be able to do another event of that, but I think there's also some other another event later. Jason, you can talk about that we're looking to do a 250th
Yes, along with the 70th anniversary of the city, during the I Love Downey Festival, we have a couple different components that we will gear towards the 250th anniversary as well.
And remind me, Jason, when is the I Love Downey Festival?
Ooh, September 19th, I believe. The second, third week in September. I can get you the date, though.
Okay, perfect. And then can we get an update on when we are, where we are with that event, the 70th anniversary?
I'm happy to provide it to you. Yes, we can get that to you.
Also, last but certainly not least, we keep talking about the speedway that we have around Florence, Lakewood, Firestone, and we see some additional police officers out there continuing to patrol those areas and catch speeders. And send that message that we are watching for speed. There's been some fatalities in the corner of Woodruff and Florence, accidents over the last few years, and I wanted to make sure that we have speed enforcement in that area. That will conclude my ask. Thank you. Now, City Manager, is your time for comments?
Thanks, Mayor. I think the only item I have is just a clarification. I think it was mentioned earlier that the Public Works breakfast is tomorrow. It's actually the next Wednesday, so everybody on your calendars should be the 20th. Just want to make sure that was clear.
Thank you. And last, happy early birthday to Councilmember Ortiz. This meeting is now adjourned in memory of Sergeant Theo Kigas, 55, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, who served at the Lakewood Sheriff's Station for over 20 years and succumbed to a long battle with cancer, and retired Downey Fire Captain Ron McDearman, who joined the Downey Fire Department in October 1966 as a firefighter and retired in 2001, serving the Downey community for nearly 35 years. A moment of silence, please. The City Council is now adjourned at 10:14. Thank you.